we are here. Hi, welcome to Tyranny of Dragons. I am Mr. DM with my fantabulous players. Hello, players.
Aloha.
This little kitty saying hello to you. Hello, kitty. I am so happy to see all your magnificent faces again. We've been gone for 2 weeks. A week. It feels like 2 weeks. But we are back. We're going to get some of these announcements out of the way, and then we're going to jump right into it because you guys are in Candlekeep, so we got a lot of stuff happening. And it's going to be so much fun. Alrighty, so first announcement. As I always say, it is my absolute pleasure to be able to DM for these amazing folks. So please, during the break, you're going to see a lot of their a lot of the things that they're putting together, a lot of the content that they create. Please support all of the things. I mean, these are amazing people, amazingly talented people. So please support all their things, whether it's their Twitch channels, their books, their Audible content. Hint, hint, John Mayer. And, but just amazingly talented people that, again, not only do I get the absolute honor of DMing for, but I get to share them with all of you. So please, during the break, you will see all of their stuff. Please support all of their things. They are amazing people. All right. Second announcement, merch. We always talking about merch. We've already shown that we've got some players and creators hats in the store. As of yesterday, 2 days ago, I got an announcement that there are 2 types of hats that will only be in the marketplace for the next 4 months. So I went and obviously had to create more merch from these items. So one of them is a pom-pom beanie hat for the winter. It is 2-tone colored. It has the players and creators logo. The other one is one of these classic denim baseball caps, and they also come in different colors. They come in black, they come in blue and gray. Also with the players and creators logo. Those 2 particular pieces of merch will only be in the merch store for the next 4 months, and then Stream Elements goes bye-bye and takes them out. So if that's something that I'm definitely going to pick them up. I didn't want to wait for the announcements because it takes a while for them to once you order them to actually be made and to get here. So I just wanted to make sure folks knew that they were also available. But there are also more. There are bucket hats now. Those are amazing. I'm going to order one of those. That also has an amazing Players and Creators logo across it. And a regular knit cap for the winter. So if hats are your thing, we got a shit ton of them in the merch store. So check them out, take a look, see if any of them suit you. And remember, if you are subbed here on Twitch, you do get automatic discounts. So make sure that you're logged into the merch store with your Twitch account, and you'll get that discount. All right. Third announcement. For those who might not be aware, it's already starting to happen. You might have actually seen coins exploding on screen already, but you can purchase inspirations throughout the stream. So you can purchase inspirations for the players. Up to 3 you can purchase for them. And that will absolutely help them doing whatever it is that they need to do. And remember, they are at Candlekeep, so a lot of weird shit's about to happen. So those inspirations are definitely helpful. You can give them to an individual, or you can give them to the group. If it goes to the group, they get to decide how to use it during the game. But you can also give me some inspirations. A little more expensive. You can get 1 inspiration per session for each person. But yeah, depending on how I decide to use it, it might help or hinder them. We don't know. But don't worry if those inspirations are not used by the end of the session. We will refund those channel points back to you so you can use them for next time. And let's see, last but not least, actually no, holy shit, that was all of the announcements. I got through them real fast. Excellent. All right, so with that, we are now going to jump into the next session of Tyranny of Dragons. And we are back. So, last time we were together, you had all started to become familiar with the layout of the interesting library fortress known as Candlekeep. Being guided by the adjutant Irony, a small teenage tiefling, gray skin, yellow eyes, very eager to help you in your endeavors, began showing you around, letting you know exactly where to go if you needed certain things and what was happening. Took your laundry list of things that you wanted to accomplish while here, and began kind of moving those things forward for you. In the meantime, you had some nice relaxing time at the bathhouse, where you all not only got yourselves cleaned and oiled up, but some of you had some very, very back-breaking and relaxing massages as well. You also began to discover some of the magical amenities of Candlekeep, whereas most buildings are larger on the inside, and even those buildings that are larger on the inside, the rooms also happen to be larger than they should be on the inside of the buildings. That it is just like an Inception type of magical dimensional space that you have all, just some of you have heard of, but never have witnessed yourselves. You also befriended a local to Candlekeep, an ogre by the name of Little One, who you shared a meal with and an interesting discussions with. Someone who's been there for the last 3 years and seems to have a little bit of knowledge of things here and there.
I've only known Little One for a week and a half, and if anything ever happened to him, I'd kill everyone in the room and then myself.
That is fair. That is fair. Considering that Amala has heard Little One writing in his notes that Vincent is his favorite, that is like the appropriate response for that. But you all also sat down with one of the great readers during your meal, by the name of, where is he? Feminar Scrivenbark, a Lightfoot halfling great reader whose expertise is he's a dragonologist, as well as an expert in history, folklore, and the cultures of Toril, past and present. You sat down with him. He was able to give you a little bit of information concerning what you needed, but also seemed to want to rush things along for you, and took the hunter's livery from Gorple to try and speed up the process of discovering what they could figure out, what they could determine from it. And you were also told that the individuals that you specifically wanted to speak with concerning that map from the Underdark were known as the Eyes of Deneir, a pair of investigators that Candlekeep has an open invitation to. They come, according to the great reader Scrivenbark, they're individuals that they call upon from time to time for various things. They have been the ones going over your map, but in the last day or so, they have been held up in finishing their determination of that map due to some kind of incident that's happening as well. Basho did kind of give the indication that maybe your group would be able to help them, and you were told, well, speak with them and see if they could use your assistance. As long as you didn't break any of the Candlekeep rules, then there doesn't seem to be any issues with that.
As a point of order, can we have a refresher on those rules one more time, just so we
Sure.
know what we're not breaking?
Good to know. Good to remember.
I have them written down because I take notes.
Yeah, I had my book last
All
week,
right.
so-
So,
There you go.
no fighting, no stealing, no copying, no damaging, marking, or otherwise modifying the works. All of those things garner immediate expulsion.
There you go.
Avoid immediate expulsion. Yes, okay.
That's what Basha got from all of that, yeah.
Yeah. As someone who has had to adapt to different cultures, you gotta learn the laws of the land real quick.
Very true. So with that, with all of that happening, some of you decided that you're going to retire for the evening. However, Basha had held Amala back because thanks to Little One found out that the masseuse team from the bathhouse, they usually come in very late in the evening to have their meals after everyone has usually gone to bed, which is usually when their shift is over here in the Hearth. So right now, as things are starting to kind of wind down for the evening, and again, it's been moderately packed here in the Hearth, as you have now seen a number of seekers who during the day seem to have been researching and off doing their own things, are now starting to kind of leave for the evening after the evening meals, and it's starting to kind of dwindle down at this point. So anyone, I know Basha and Amala have got plans already ahead, but do Drovar, Vincent, or Warple have anything that they'd like to do before or during the time that they decide to retire?
Are places is the blacksmith still open at this time?
You're not sure.
I'd like to go there.
Okay.
I'll go with you.
Okay.
All right, Vincent, is there anything that you'd like to do?
I think I'll just join the two of them on the way to the blacksmith.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so the three of you, take your leave from Basha and Amala, and begin kind of walking to the blacksmith. You can see that the folks that have been kind of leaving as well, they just literally just kind of take a right out of the Hearth, and most of them, if not all of them, are going to the House of Rest. They all seem to have their own individual spaces there. And after you kind of walk past the House of Rest, the three of you are the only ones that are kind of making your way past. You do make your way past the House of Rest, obviously. You can see the granary, which is there are guards in front of the granary in purple robes. And you know it's a granary. There's a big sign just says granary on it. And this is where you would assume most of the food and all of the things that they need here for Candlekeep to keep it an independently stocked area is held. You do pass the Temple of Agma. You do hear chanting, like consistent chanting, coming from that building as you walk past it. You don't see anyone, but you do hear the chanting. There is a slight smell of incense on the air from that area as well. But directly next to the temple is the blacksmith. As you kind of make your way into the blacksmith, you don't hear the sounds of any smithing happening, but there is a constant warm breeze coming from the doorway as you enter, and it is open. And
the fires yet.
And as you kind of walk in, there are two individuals who are just kind of like sitting on a bench. There's a halfling and there's another tiefling. This one of kind of like a purplish color. Their eyes are stark white, and their horns are kind of curved, like they start right here in the front and then just curve backwards, completely bald. And as you kind of walk in, they seem to be like in the middle of a meal, and they kind of look up, and the halfling just kind of like, hi, can we help you?
Yeah, I have a weird request.
Sure. What can we do for you?
And I'll pull out one of my unbreakable arrows.
Mhm.
So, I'm kind of a dragon hunter, and I use that term loosely. And in a makeshift fight, I use rope to tie to arrows to try to fire it into the dragon so it would have like pulling points or hanging off points. But the dragon could easily swipe through the arrow and the rope. I kind of pointed this arrow, but I bought these new arrows and they're unbreakable. I tried. I like had Drovar try to bite through them, break him over his knee, like nothing. Unbreakable. So I was wondering is if you could make like a rope-like cable or like a threaded steel or something that could give me a stronger, more, not unbreakable, but harder to break like cable so it could be used. I mean, that means that like groups of people might even be able to hold on and like pull these creatures down and ground them. I don't know if that's a concept. I'm not really a blacksmith. So I just was trying to think of a way of like, sometimes like if you're in the ocean, when I was on the boat, they would have harpoons with like ropes and stuff and chains to like hunt some of the bigger creatures. Now my bow, I'm not going to fire a chain through it. That's too heavy. I'm trying to think of something that could be strong, but also not detriment the flight of the arrow so much.
As you're talking, the halfling is just like, he's listening intently to you. And the tiefling is still just is listening also, but is still eating as you're talking. But they're both very intently like listening to you. The halfling kind of reaches out to the arrow, kind of takes a look at it, and says, "Yeah, I mean, what you're saying, that's a challenge that I actually like to kind of like sink my teeth into. We don't make I mean, we could enchant things here, but we don't normally make enchanted items. Because if you're hunting dragons, you're definitely going to need, some kind of, as you said, like I'm thinking like, outside of enchanted materials, probably some kind of like chain rather than a rope. Like, but if we did a rope, it would have to be, maybe made of steel, interwoven with silks. I mean, that's.
Oh, here, hold on, and I'll pull out like my barb net, and I kind of got the idea of interweaving things because like a net in itself is just rope, but I kind of pull out the barb rope. This is metal, it's harder to tear through this. So I thought maybe something of a similar thing, but I don't want to shoot a net because that seems incredibly crazy.
Oh yeah, if you're hunting dragons, nets aren't going to do shit for you. All right, you know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna go speak to Master Hammerbind. Hold on a second. And the halfling just kind of rushes out. He hands the arrow back to you. The tiefling is still kind of like sitting there looking at you, eating, and just kind of puts the food down for a minute. Goes, I had an idea about something like that before, but the front of the arrow was more. It looked more like grappling hook, uh, and had like the barbs that your net has, kind of at the ends of them. So when you shoot, it would go in and then be difficult as fuck to pull out. But you never get the arrow back until you cut it out of the animal.
And you have my interest. That seems great. I'm definitely, honestly, I kind of pull out Groin Seeker. I'm a bit of an archer, and so I'm looking for ways to make these creatures more combat melee available. As I kind of look at Drofar,
Yeah,
I'd like ways to make it so we can ground these things or be able to hang on when they fly away.
Maybe the rope thing, just because the range is going to be so different all the time, making something that keeps its wings from working might be an easier thing. A net or kind of thing that goes over it and tangles it. At least it can't get very high or it can't get away. If it crashes, then we can run up to it. The rope idea sounds good, but, you're going to need something heavy to hold it down. Unless we go for the magic route, and then we're going to have to talk to Bosch's people, and they'll want favors.
What kind of net do you think we could actually throw?
Something made of steel, something made of actual...
Yes, but how
as opposed to a big cable.
Yes, but how are we going to throw something that large at a dragon?
The tiefling takes a bite and kind of looks at all of you.
He looks around. He's like, these guys are really good at putting a lot of things into something that shouldn't hold it.
Well, that is Candlekeep. But, the interesting thing is if you really want to, grounding a dragon is absolutely that's the strategy, because you got to get them on the ground because the flying is the thing that really fucks people up. So what you need something that can shoot lots of projectiles that will rip through the wing, right? Because you try a net could miss, right? But if you got a lot of things just kind of shooting out at the same time, and they can tear through the membranous, wings that the dragons have. Personally, what I would do is I'd find a place with lots of wyverns, and I would test it on them because they have similar types of wing structure. But that's what you probably want. But outside of that, the problem with shooting with the bow is, yes, the arrow that you use, it has to be very specifically weighted to whatever it is. The front end, the back end. You don't want it falling over. You're probably looking at many enchantments. If I have to guess,
I could think of a fairly simple one that might actually accomplish either of the goals we're looking at. Oh no, you dropped your hammer.
Oh no, I got it. Thank you.
Why not have an arrow tipped with a similar enchantment to a haversack? When the arrow flies for a certain amount of time, the haversack releases whatever it's holding. It could either be hundreds of spears or a giant metal net.
I recall, at least back when I started training, there was something called a tanglefoot bag, and I imagine that if we could get something attached to the arrowhead that wouldn't overweight it, that could explode into an alchemical gluish thing, and if you could get it between the wings, it might give you a moment. Because I understand what you're saying about the wings, but that's ship combat. You load your cannon with glass and nails. But I'm one guy. I can shoot a few arrows. I can't shoot 100 arrows at once.
Yeah, that's fair. Before I came to Candlekeep, I was on a ship. That's why I've seen that happen. Between ballistas and actual cannons. We've taken out some decent sized wyverns in my time, but I figured if it could translate to dragons just on a you would need a larger scale. But
I have an idea though. But I do have an idea. You actually have a pretty good point. What about if you got, how a bola works and the 2 strings? What happens if you got 2 arrows that had a similar working of a bola? So, because you could fire 2 arrows at once, it would take some training and it'd be hard. But if you fired them and they got around the right area, they could wrap at the base of the wings. could be, because in the end, like I imagine if your wings are beating, you only have so much strength when they're like up all the way to pull against. I just don't know. I don't know. That's why I figured I'd come here.
Yeah, it also depends on the size as well. You know, if it's a young dragon as opposed to ancient dragon.
And that's the thing. I've netted a pretty large dragon, but my nets are only so big. A huge, a dragon that was even bigger than that, I don't know if I could do. And that's more what I'm aiming for, because if it's a small enough target, I can actually just throw a net and that'll at least ground it for a moment, and that's enough. But I need something, because we fought a dragon recently that was really big, and I couldn't net it. So I'm just trying to figure out solutions.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm sure we can come up with some ideas, but let's see what the Master Hammerbind has, if anything. So you're waiting just like a few more minutes, maybe about 5 more minutes before the halfling comes back by himself, and he's like, "All right, so I just talked to Master Hammerbind. He, like me, kind of likes a challenge. Would you mind just kind of leaving your arrow with us so we can kind of come up with some ideas around that?"
Yeah, and I have 2 of these, and I'll pull out the 2 unbreakable arrows.
Okay.
But sorry, I didn't get your name, and I'll gesture to the tiefling.
Yeah. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. My name, you know what? It's hard to pronounce for people. So just call me Josh."
Okay. Josh, I'm Gorple, but Josh was suggesting maybe even making some custom arrows that kind of work like barbs, so they were harder to pull out. So while I like the idea of this line on it, I'm looking for all options of grounding dragons. So if you want to workshop stuff, would a down payment of 250 gold sound good?
Oh, no. It's perfectly fine. Just, you don't have to pay us anything. We'll come up with some ideas. And let's say in a day or 2, you can come back to us. We'll see what we have, and if we can actually manufacture something, that's when we can talk payment.
Absolutely. And if you need any ideas, I mean, I'm a bit of a hunter, but I'm more of a I wasn't raised with like crossbows and stuff, so we had to use a lot more natural means. So if you need any ideas, like I got nets, I got a boomerang, I got some ideas. So if you need any weird weapons that might inspire you.
Okay. Well, no. Yeah. I mean, you're in the House of Rest, I'm assuming, right? Like, I mean, that's where everybody is. Yeah. So we'll just stop by there if we need anything. But we'll probably talk to Professor Purdy. She's a great reader, Scrivenbark's kind of acolyte. Like, he's the dragonologist, but she's like almost as knowledgeable as he is, and she's already checking in on like you're the people with the dragon eggs, right? Yeah, she's already like she's doing her thing with the dragon eggs and your thunder lizard. So like, yeah, we'll talk to her. But if we have any like questions or you want to be like in on the process, we'll come get you.
Okay. And
then he kind of like nudges Josh a little. He goes, "Holding out on me, huh?" And you can almost see Josh kind of blush a little. "Oh, I just have some ideas. It's
That's a great idea. I actually didn't even think of it, man. Like, that's so good. That's wise. We've done that before. That's a lot of plants do that. So it's harder to get their stingers and like barbs out.
Right. Yeah. So yeah. We'll workshop it and we'll let you know. We'll let you know. But okay. But thank you. We appreciate you coming in and yes. Normally we're just kind of like preparing stuff and this is actually pretty cool. So thank you.
I appreciate the work, and I figured if anyone's going to make weird, cool stuff, it's going to be at this library.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But
I mean, it's a practical fortress. You got to learn how to defend yourself, and I imagine this place has had dragon attacks.
It's been a while before my time, but yeah, that dragons have tried, not succeeded, but yeah. And you watch him kind of get a little quiet. It's like, oh yeah, so yeah, we'll let you know. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. We appreciate it.
I'm Gorple. Sorry if I didn't introduce myself.
Oh, and the halflings. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mel. I was eating. I forgot to. Yeah, sorry, Mel. That's Josh. Is it? Oh no, yeah, we did the thing.
That's Drovar. That's Vincent.
Nice to meet you. But yeah. If you have any more ideas, feel free to stop by. You can ask for me or Josh or Master Hammerbein. Master Hammerbeins like really like right now he's eating. That's why he didn't come out with me. But normally, like he would like he got really excited. I'm just gonna let you know. So he's all in on this too. So I'm sure we'll come up with some great ideas in the next 24 hours.
Do you let others work here?
You mean actually work the forge?
Well, I've got an idea for something, but I kind of want to play with it on my own. But it's not going to take up too much. I just need access to some tools and like a small anvil and stuff, just a small workspace. I can explain to you later, but
well, the forge doesn't actually work like a normal forge. And as he says this, you start to look around. You don't see a bellows. And there are like, you can see all of the tools and they all look pristine, like they've never been used. And he just goes like, there's a lot of enchantments that you have to get trained on here to make the forge work normally. I mean, we could give you kind of a crash course, but it'll take a few hours. But after that, you're free to use it if you want to.
Well, I think we're going to be here for a little bit, so maybe I'll.
Yeah, if you want to come by tomorrow. If you want to come by tomorrow,
that sounds good. Yeah.
Right. Drovar, would you be all right with me joining you on that?
Not just yet. I'm kind of playing around with some idea here. I want to explore it first before I start putting it, sharing it.
Who's your adjutant? Who's your guide while you're here?
God, who's that little fella's name?
It's Irony.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We'll talk with Irony. We'll give him times for tomorrow that would probably be best for you to come by, and then we can kind of go from there.
All right, that sounds good.
All right. And if you need, like, I know you're kind of like a little like not telling us everything. If there's something that you need,
it's not a weapon or anything like that. It's
we've got books. Like
it's jewelry. I'm trying to like make something small and just need to play around with the parts.
Okay. All right. We might need to bring in. We got a specialist here for jewelry and stuff like that. So
all right. Okay.
We'll go talk to her, and we'll see when she's available, and then maybe she can help you with what you need. Yeah, but we can give you the crash course on how to use the forge and stuff like that.
Sure. Oh, okay. That sounds good. Yeah.
All right. Great. Wow, this is the most interesting thing that's happened to us in a while here. So thank you for coming in. We appreciate it.
All right.
Anything else, or I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to rush off. It's.
I mean, you guys are enjoying your dinner, so I think we should let you get back to that.
Okay. Well, and you get the sense like they don't get a lot of like visitors who talk to them, right? You get the sense like they probably get a lot of folks that come in and say, "Can you fix this? Can you make this?" Blah blah blah, and then just like don't talk to them. So they seem very excited to actually talk with people.
I mean, I'm down to come back and we can workshop some ideas and talk about stuff. I can tell you some of our hunting techniques we used.
All right, yeah, perfect. That'll be great. Okay, all right. Well, yeah, we'll finish eating. We hope to see you tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'm gonna go head to the stable, guys, because I think I'm gonna go crash in Teague's stable because I feel bad that he can't come to the library because they have issues against reptiles or something. They're mean. I don't know. Anyway.
I understand. All right, it looks like you'll be pretty comfy there, and I dare say you'll probably be comfy in there too.
I just take out my wash basin. I'll be fine.
They kind of look at it like, oh yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, stables are always open to your animals, so yeah, go right ahead.
All right, have a good night, guys.
Okay, right. You too. Bye. All right, so Drovar and Vincent, are there anything specific? Are you guys going to head back to your house?
To the room. He did not choose a look for it, so it's still the completely boring default. He just kind of,
Gotcha.
Settles in.
And Vincent, you as well?
Yeah, just going to bed.
Okay. In your kind of cartoonish, looking furniture, which
Yeah,
yeah.
the furniture matches what somebody might read who's never seen a bed but read about one
Mhm.
looks like.
Like it doesn't have any like hard corners or edges. Everything is kind of rounded. It's very like almost cartoonish, except for the fact that it is an actual fully functioning like mattress and frame. But yeah, it's very nice. For that, in your mind, this is like super nice.
And I'm just gonna let my familiar run around the room while I lie on the bed staring at the ceiling.
Yeah. And she just kind of like, she's just climbing over everything, just kind of looking at it, and she kind of looks at you.
Yeah. Yes, very good.
All right. Gorple, you make your way over to the stable, and as you do, again, like the light, everything is well lit, but you can see that the lights are kind of dimmed slightly for the evening. And you kind of make your way over to Teague's stable. You open it up, and immediately you get hit with that humid, warm air, that smell of jungle just kind of just permeates, and it's immediately you get hit with a wave of nostalgia of your home. Whatever enchantments they used, someone has absolutely been to Chult before.
This is my room too. Wow, we have the same tastes.
As you kind of enter, like it's interesting. It's like as you enter, it's the canopy of this jungle in this extra dimensional space kind of encapsulates like the first maybe 5 or 6 feet, almost like a hallway. It is just like, leaves that just kind of make this kind of archway. And as you pass that 6-foot mark, it looks like you are in the jungle, in a jungle of Chult. You don't see Teague right away, but you do kind of hear him in the distance. You can hear.
I'll cast speak with animals so I can understand what he's saying.
You also hear another voice.
Is it a humanoid voice or is it an animal?
No, it is a humanoid voice. But you can't pick up on what they're saying immediately. But you cast, and you hear, and now as you've cast Speak with Animals, you do hear him. Thank you. That was so good.
All right, I'm gonna stealth my way over there.
roll a stealth check for me, please.
Middle of the road, 21.
21. Okay. Yeah, you feel pretty. I mean, and there's so many bushes and trees. You easily just kind of blend into the foliage, and as you start making your way towards where you heard Teague, who is now doing something you've never heard him do before. He's laughing, and you just think. And as you kind of get into, you can see there's a clearing, and there's a waterfall that it opens up into this kind of like basin. And past this basin is just like a clearing of just grass and flowers. You can see Teague on the ground and kind of laying down on his side. And there is an elven woman kind of leaning over him, scratching his belly. And she has kind of like this short, dirty blonde pixie cut. She's wearing the purple robes that you've seen everybody here wearing, except that the sleeves are cut off, and the robe doesn't go all the way down to the ankles. It's only goes up to her waist. She's wearing these thigh-high, like rugged boots, and these like heavy. It looks like almost like shorts, with all of these pouches and packs around her waist. On the ground next to her is like this big rucksack, and there is a blanket, and you can see what looks like maybe 4 or 5 like laid out dead ferrets. and she's just kind of leaning over him, and she's talking to him, but it's not in a language you understand. But he's responding to her in his language, which you do understand, and he's like, "Oh, that right there, right there, right there. Oh yeah, that's it, right there." And you just see her just kind of scratching in that area, and then he just continues laughing, and then
I'll lurk over.
yeah, and then immediately you hear him go, and he just jumps up and kind of startles her for a minute, and he just kind of he stands there, and he sees you, and he just runs over to you and just kind of like goes to nudge you a little bit.
Yeah, I pet, and I'll kind of like, I guess I'll like, since like I don't really have like nails per se, I'll kind of get like one of my like duller knives, and I'll kind of just scrape along the part that she was scratching that I observed.
Yeah, and he just kind of, and he just kind of like, and then he stops for a minute, and he just looks at her, and then he looks at you, and he goes, "We weren't doing anything."
That's okay. She's here to help you.
Okay, and then he runs back over to her.
And I'll kind of, now that I'm clearly known, I'll waddle over there.
Yeah. So she kind of gets up and she goes, "Oh, you must be Quoble."
Yep. And are you Purdy?
Yes, Professor Purdy. Pleasure to meet you. And she kind of goes over, and she's got these heavy, thick gloves, but the fingertips are cut off.
I'll make sure that I shake her hand, but I don't give her skin touch.
Yeah. And she just and you can see like she's actually being very careful to not make skin on skin contact with you as well. Teague has been telling me all about you. We've been getting acquainted. He's such a dear. He's one of the most but he is who he is. So they're the most intelligent creatures. So I understand. But he's just been telling me all about you. Some of the adventures you've been on. It's just he
helped kill a dragon. Did he tell you about that? Where he leaped off a wall?
Very, very proud of that. Very, very proud of that. He's so happy to be with you and to be able to help you and your friends. But yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you. At some point, I knew we would have to speak anyway. Because of his condition. I
wanted to check on that, but I just know that he's not allowed in the library, even though he's intelligent than some more people than I know. But that's not important here. I'm still a little bitter. I'm bitter. I look my eyes.
She chuckles a little. She goes, "Look, it's policy, unfortunately."
Can I just give him like a top hat and then we can just pretend? Like, how would that work?
I think people would notice.
He's worked a job and no one noticed. He was a very good barback.
He told me about that. That was interesting. Yes, interesting is a word that I will use rather than the other words I'd like to use. But it's fine. But no, he's a good boy. He's an excellent conversationalist. Found that he loves ferrets. Ferrets are his favorite. So that's, and she kind of points to the dead ferrets that are just kind of sitting there.
I know. I kind of just, since I knew that I couldn't spend time while we were researching the library with him, I figured I'd come out here and spend the evening rest. But you can stay and do what you're doing. You don't have to worry. There's a pool right there with a waterfall. I will be fine. I'll keep out of your hair. You won't even know I'm here.
Oh, I was just about done. I was just checking in on him because I'd come in when you earlier in the day when they told me that he was here, and that I should check something out on him. And I've been examining him most of the day, getting to know each other, and finding out his likes, his dislikes, that kind of thing. But I can give you a little bit of information.
Absolutely.
And she just kind of turns and she kind of like whispers in Teague's ear and goes, okay. And he just takes off running like happily. And she goes, well, all right. So, and she kind of sits down and she sits like cross-legged in front of you. From what I understand, and I talked a little bit to Rita Scrivenbach, he said that he had spoken with you earlier this evening. As near as I can figure, his condition is magical in nature. From what I understand, the piece that they are going to be inspecting for you or working on, he's connected to that piece. And from what I understand, and from what I can gather, I mean, we need more information about what that piece is. It's his connection to that gem that is kind of causing the discoloration that you see. It's not threatening him in any manner. It's not discomforting to him. It's not. It doesn't seem to be hurting him or weakening him in any way. However, not knowing about the gem, not having enough information about the gem, I can't say if that will change. But currently, he's fine. Again, I don't. We'd have to get more information, and hopefully, we'll have some more information in the next couple of days. But at this moment, he's in no danger. He's not infectious, or anything of that nature as well. So he's good to be around other animals and individuals as well. But no, he's perfectly fine. I will say that if you do happen to see the discoloration growing or becoming more pertinent, please let me know. But at this point in time, he's fine. He's okay. But it is magical in nature. I hope that allays some of your concern.
I mean, yeah, that is not getting worse per se. That makes me pretty happy. But I had a feeling it was connected, and so I think Master Televestrate.
Yes, Televis. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I have a hard time saying.
Yeah, whatever. It's weird. Comma's not my first language. Anyway, yeah, he's looking at it, I think, during the time we're here. But yeah, no, I'm just gonna kind of spend the night here. But yeah, you can do whatever. Don't mind. I just wanted to say hi. I mean, I didn't expect you to be here, so it is what it is.
No, it's perfectly fine. I check in. I have it. I will also be checking in on your dragon eggs this evening. Just a preliminary glance. I haven't seen them as of yet. I'm very excited. This is my first.
Well, maybe could I go with you and then I'll retire here? Because I'd like to see them too.
Sure, if you'd like to. Yeah, please. And she does this very, very shrill whistle that just echoes. And immediately you hear, and you see Teague just running back. He's like, "Hi," and she's like, and she says, just in common, says, "We're going to be going now. I will see you tomorrow, Teague. You be a good boy. I'm going to leave these here for you. Remember, don't eat them all at once." And he's like, "Okay." And
yeah, I'll be back, buddy. I'm just gonna escort the nice lady out.
All right. And just kind of goes over to where the water is, and you just see him starting to drink some water. And she kind of leads you out, and you make your way over to where the dragon eggs are stored. She goes, and you see her grab next to the door. You see the large, kind of like two-pronged pole that was kind of used to push the dragon eggs in. And next to it is a similar pole, but this one has hooks at the end of it. And she kind of opens it up, and you just kind of see her stick that in, and she begins to just pull one of them out. She doesn't pull both of them. She just pulls one out slowly. She goes, "Fascinating. I've gotten some of the information that you've given to Master Scrivenbark. It's fascinating. Just from a preliminary glance," and she just kind of begins to kind of like do this kind of like walk around, and she's at this point like she's put that big rucksack back on, and she walked out with it. It very much looks like she's going camping. Like that's kind of like the vibe you got from her. And there's like all of these like weird like poles, like you see metal poles and pans and just things just kind of hanging off of this rucksack, while she's kind of like looking, and as she's kind of walking around, she's just kind of like rattling, as she's kind of like walking around, and she's like, "That's, I mean, yeah, they seem to be possibly where they originated from. I would probably garner, I guess, some kind of rocky or geologically unstable. Because if you see here, and she starts pointing, and you can see what while you've looked at these eggs before, always seem to be kind of like almost like these like veins that you kind of consider. Oh, that's just the eggshell. As she's pointing them out to you, there are like these little black flecks, like very, very, like almost imperceptible until she kind of points them out. That kind of like glitter off of the light. And she goes, this seems like igneous rock right here. That's just like part of this. So that just, again, preliminary glance. They seem to be healthy. But again, I'd have to do some more. We'd have to do actual more examinations and things like that. I'd have to cast a few spells. I didn't bring the proper materials with me, but I just wanted to take a look at them because I haven't seen actual dragon eggs in maybe 30 years. So this is fascinating.
Did they tell you everything about what's going on, so you're like fully abreast?
I perused the notes that Master Scrivenbach took when speaking with you. But I'm going to, once I actually have all of my materials and I'm able to cast a few spells to determine a number of things, your notes are going to be invaluable because they'll probably confirm or change a direction I might be going in concerning my, the spells I'll be casting. This is the whole thing is fascinating. That the fact that they were at initial glance black dragon eggs, and now there's only on the tips is just like this almost imperceptible black dragon eggshell.
Would you mind if I were to continue what we've been doing to try to help facilitate the change?
Honestly, I would probably advise against it because what you and your friends have done, I'm not sure what effect it's had. So we need a base of what the actual eggs are. We need to know where they came from, what they are, and why they've changed. So the less you do to them now, I'll be able to kind of determine that. If you continue to kind of keep adding magical energies to it, it might dilute some of my results. But they're in stasis within this stall. So they're whatever you've done to them previously is still there. It's not gone. It's not diminished or gone away. So it's still there. They seem perfectly fine. But no disrespect to you or your friends. It's just, if you want my help, this is going to be the best way I can give it to you.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do anything magically, but I'll kind of just put my hand in the handprint on the shell, and I'll just listen with my ear hole to it to hear the heartbeat.
Yeah. And you don't even need to use perception. You can hear.
All right, buddy, you're going to be okay. And I'll kind of like back off. Okay, well, it was nice meeting you, Purdy. I'm sure we'll talk later.
All right, no, and it's a pleasure meeting you, and I hope to have some information for you soon.
All right, and I'll go back to the stable and hang out with Teague and go to bed.
Okay.
In the water.
Oh yeah, and you watch as like there is literally like a sunset that happens. Like when you walked in, like the sun was beginning to set, and now that you've come back, like the sun is mostly set here in the stable. And if you do any exploring, you do find that there is an actual wall to the stable. It is much bigger than it should be. But you eventually do find like the edges of the stable. And it's interesting because you would almost, with your perception, you wouldn't actually walk into this wall, but the illusion makes it seem as if it just continues. But it's pretty interesting. You feel like you're home.
Nice. And yeah, I'll chill out with Teague and
Okay.
sleep.
Okay, Basha and Amala. It's been about 2 or so hours since your companions have left here in the hearth. It's pretty much cleared out. You can see that there are probably like maybe 2 or 3 individuals that are like sitting at a table. They definitely seem to be very enthralled in the conversation that they're having. They're not getting loud by any chance, but they seem to like just be ignoring everything around them and are having like a very in-depth conversation. Little one is still sitting by the fire. He has fallen asleep in the chair. There's kind of a light snoring that you hear, and you watch as the barkeep Tal does come from behind, takes the book out of little one's sleeping hand, kind of puts a little bookmark in there, closes it, and just puts it on top of the pile, and then just kind of walks back behind the bar. It's about this time that the doors to the hearth open, and the first individual that you see coming through the door is this large green dragonborn, wearing these purple robes that you've seen most of like the adjutants and the readers, but this one seems to have like more like gold filigree in the borders of the robe. They are wearing it looks like chained jewelry around the ears. And right next to them is someone familiar, is a large black dragonborn that you recognize as the masseuse, wearing the white robes. Behind them is a blue female dragonborn, also wearing white robes. Immediately following that dragonborn, you see the half elf that you saw, also one of the masseuses, half elf. And then you see 2 more elves. These are interesting looking because not only do they have like the regular full elf features, their skin is kind of like a ruddy brown color and their hair is bright red. One is male and one is female. The male, his hair is very kind of like very shorn on the sides, but very long in the back. Like it just kind of like sweeps towards the back. And the female, her hair is just kind of very like large, very, very 80s kind of like hair. But they're all wearing the white robes that you saw folks in the bathhouse wearing, with the exception of the green dragonborn. The green dragonborn is wearing the purple robes, and they all just kind of like walk in, and they're all talking to each other, like they seem to be having some kind of conversation. And then as they kind of walk in, they move to a table, and you can see that platters are beginning to kind of float by themselves to the table, already filled with foods and pitchers and drinks, and that's what you see.
Yeah, Basha kind of elbows Imala as they come in and then just pretends like she didn't do anything. Like, look, and they're just like, oh, my drink, look, oh, good.
Imala will like pick up her drink and like mutter into it like, I've never done this before. Like, what in the world do I do, Basha?
Okay. All right. Here's plan. Plan is maybe we approach and talk about like how like wonderful it is to be here, whatever. Like find out things they're into and then talk to them about it, and probably not their jobs because they probably don't like talking about their jobs.
Oh.
Maybe they must like books, right? I mean, if they're here, so that's a good start.
I mean, if they're in Candlekeep, like I haven't really read much.
Basha's like, this might not work. Basha's like, that's all right. We'll figure it out. Let's oh, you could start by buying them a drink. Yes. Bartender, come here.
Tal comes from behind the bar. Is like, yes, what can I do for you?
A round of drinks for that table over there, but just vaguely gesture over to.
Sure. Oh, okay. No problem. Got kind of turns around, goes back, and you can see him starting to pour drinks, puts it on a platter, and then you just watch the platter kind of rise and float over to the table. And you watch the green dragonborn in the purple robes kind of start to grab they all look confused, and they start to take the drinks off, and the green dragonborn picks up a paper, like a small slip of parchment, and looks at it, and then looks over to you, all of you.
Yoo-hoo, hello!
And kind of puts it down and gets up and starts walking over to your table.
Okay, he's walking this way. What do we do?
No, just act normal. It's fine. Just
and the green dragonborn is like, "Oh, hello, welcome, seekers. It is thank you so much for your kind gesture. Would you care to join us?"
yes, absolutely. Basha like gets up and it's like, "Come on, Imala," like dragging her.
Just like grabs him all his arms, like starts pulling, like, yeah, sure.
So they kind of lead you over to the table. I was like, introductions are in order. You can call me Bookworm. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. And then kind of motions to the other sitting at the table. So the black dragonborn looks at you, and then kind of like smirks a little. He goes, "I'm Tethard. You can call me Teth." And then the blue dragonborn, female dragonborn, she goes, "Hi, I'm Unksor." And then the half elf, the half elf male that you saw before with the blonde hair is like, yeah, hi, Valor. Nice to meet you. And then the two redheaded elves, the female, she goes, "Pleasure to meet you. My name is Zinsina. You can call me Zin." And then the male elf, he kind of leans over and puts a hand on your knee, Basha, and he goes, "You can call me Karen."
Hello, Karen. It's a pleasure to meet you.
And so you're sitting down, and the bookworm just kind of, "Thank you so much for the drinks. It's normally it's very strange for seekers to actually do something like that while they're here. So thank you so much. We appreciate it."
Of course, we want to introduce ourselves. I am Amala Alaros. I am the champion of Bahamut. I'm a paladin.
And they all like, "Ooh, yeah." They're kind of like shaking their heads.
And I am Basha Barst, and I am a wizard from the college in Neverwinter, and an order of the scribe. So this is sort of a wonderful place for me.
"Oh, well, welcome, excellent." And they all of them are very they all seem very, very warm. Like, "Oh, this is good." Karen has not taken his hand off your knee, Basha.
Basha does not do anything to remove it. She's just like, "Yeah, all right."
And it's like Bookworm continues like, "Oh, you're the new seekers who just came recently, yes, within the last day or so."
Yes, with our 3 companions.
Ah, yes. Well, welcome. Well, welcome to Candlekeep. I'm sure that you know all of the amenities here, and we're so happy to have you. You have been the talk since you have come here. We've heard the congratulations on the mines. We heard about that.
Thank you.
It's like that's something that's been piquing our interest since we've heard of its actual finding and location. So it's a lot of good news.
Can I roll perception to see like how everyone else is like taking us around the table?
Both of you roll insight for me.
Oh, that's a 22 from me. So
That's also 21 for me.
Nice. Okay, so here's what you get. So both of you, the green dragonborn, bookworm, it seems very warm, very open, and is definitely kind of like holding something back a little, just it's like right there, but doesn't seem like it's a bad thing, whatever it is, but just like there's kind of like a playful kind of thing as they're talking to you. They're being a little playful with the way they're talking, but legitimately seems very enthusiastic about speaking with you. There's definitely like a minor kind of I'm talking with a celebrity kind of feel, but not being like overly like, oh my god, you're the best, you're awesome. Like kind of like being reserved about it. The Black Dragonborn, as you're just kind of looking, the Black Dragonborn is looking at the Green Dragonborn for cues on how to behave. Like looking at like they seem like very open and very, with the whole situation, but they're constantly looking at the Green Dragonborn and then reacting whenever something is said. You're not sure what that's about quite yet. The Blue Dragonborn, she's just like sitting there with both her hands like this, like under her chin, and she's like genuinely like enthralled with meeting people. Like she seems like very much like people don't talk to her. So she's very, very open, like, oh my god, people are talking and I'm in part of the conversation. This is great. The half elf with the blonde hair, Valor, he definitely recognizes both of you, and seems to be kind of like looking like open as what everybody at this table is very open, but is definitely like trying to suss out like why you sent drinks. Every now and then it's just kind of looking at the drink you sent over and then looking at both of you, and you're getting that impression like apparently nobody's ever sent this guy a drink before. And so he doesn't know what to do about this, and he thinks you guys are a little suspicious. The redheaded female elf, Basha, you recognize her behavior immediately. She is being completely flirtatious with everybody, not just a specific person. She's just putting out like this, like I'm flirting with everybody and I want to see what happens, kind of vibe. Karen, Basha, he wants to get in your pants. Like that is completely like there's no mistaking that whatsoever. And Amala, you're kind of picking up on that too, like because he's just like staring at Basha. When you speak, he does look at you to be kind and not rude, but then completely like goes right back to staring at Basha. And his hand is slowly getting a little higher on your leg, like not completely like blatantly, but he's just like every time he like laughs or it kind of looks like it like half an inch goes a little, it's getting a little higher. But that's what you all get from your insight checks about this group.
And we'll take us. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say Basha's gonna definitely like be like, oh, so you were interested in the mines, and like she's gonna start just launching into a story. So there we were, and there was a wraith in this room, and it was like, and she's just gonna start like telling like part of the stories from like being down in the mines, just to like keep conversation. She's definitely like not moving Kieran's, like she's definitely flirting with Karen too, like thinking her own way, in between telling the story. So.
All right, yeah, and they all seem very enthralled with the story. Bookworm asks you the most questions. Begins like asking, what brought you to the mines? What were the characteristics of the wraith? What clothes were they wearing? Like questions that seem a little like very detailed. Like you really didn't look at the wraith's clothing. Like what they were wearing, but and then Bookworm's like, well, no, I only ask because it gives context to possibly when that wraith perished. Like around, the clothing has a story to tell it as well. As and then just kind of like continues it and from that point on, anytime Bookworm asks a question, explains why he's asking the question.
Interesting. Okay, And then I think Bosch is going to make a point to try and make conversation with the whole table, including Imala and Tef especially, and be like, so, like, tell me what you'll do here. Oh, what about that? Like, she's going to, like, try and, like, bring them in after, like, the icebreaker of, like, that story. And that's kind of her plan at this point.
And Imala's definitely going to try to bring in the Blue Dragonborn girl because she's just, like, super, like, into everything. Like, oh my gosh, like, maybe friends. Yeah. And Imala really likes that spark.
Gotcha. So as you're having the conversation, Tef, just kind of looks, and then he looks at you, Amala, as Basha's telling the story, and he goes, "Were you not with them in the mines? Because she hasn't mentioned you."
Oh no, I joined the group in Greenest. I received a vision from Bahamut to travel south, and from that divine vision, I met with this group, and I've been traveling with them since.
And you watch as Unksor, she's like, "You had a vision from Bahamut? That's amazing."
Yes, I try to speak to him quite often. It was kind of determined for me as a child to be a paladin. I, gestured to like my scale color,
Yeah.
like one of the chosen, I suppose. I've been following this path since as long as I can remember.
The Tef kind of nods. He goes, "No, I understand about, your life being chosen for you. Before I came to Candlekeep, I was somewhat of a warrior, fighter, and just, kind of wandering from place to place. I was a sellsword. But that's what was chosen for me by my family, similar to kind of what you're talking about. But I never felt like that was my calling. Like that's who I was. Don't get me wrong, I was really good at it. I made a lot of money, but I didn't feel whole. And it wasn't until I came to Candlekeep that I started to realize that I didn't have to do what my family wanted me to do, and that I could actually start forging my own path. And so I was, my family is not happy about it, but I don't care. I don't live there with them anymore. I live here.
It's a very liberating thing to realize that you don't have to follow a path that was chosen for you.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, I find my path was, how can I help people? Right now, granted, as a fighter, I'm helping people, but I'm also I'm taking money from them, and that didn't feel right to me. Now, granted, I could fight for free, but I also got to feed myself. So at some point, I got to make money somehow. I just didn't want to do it. I felt like I was taking advantage of people. So, I came to Candlekeep. I was actually specifically looking how I could become a better fighter, and I just met some people here, and he kind of motions to Bookworm. And it kind of opened my eyes, helped me realize I could be more than I was. And so, found this kind of path, and now I'm a masseuse.
I must say, you do put your muscles to very good work. I feel better than I have in many years.
You'd be surprised how many fighting techniques can be translated into masseuse, into being a masseur. I absolutely use some of the techniques I was trained on as a child to help people kind of, cracking bones, kneading muscles. Fighters need to do this to themselves all the damn time, from all the fighting that they do. So it's not bad. And you now start to get it seems like the ice has been broken. And he's definitely being more open with you, and you're having a nice conversation with him.
Yeah.
Basha, Karen's hand is pretty high up on your leg at this point. It's getting there. And all he's doing the whole time is just smiling at you. He hasn't said anything.
He said, okay, because this is kind of funny. Ironically, yeah. I'm I want to engage him. So he hasn't said anything. Has he tried to have conversations? Has he asked questions? Is he just into me? What's happening?
He's every now and then, you're talking with Bookworm, and even though you're kind of talking with everybody, occasionally he'll be like, "Wow, that's fascinating. That's amazing. You are incredibly powerful." interesting. Like that. Like he's just interjecting every now and then, but he's not like engaging you in conversation. He's just staring at you the whole time, and just like with this kind of like really like kind of like grin on his face. You're getting the impression that he's just seeing like if you're gonna do anything about the hand. Are you into it? Like, and you're getting the impression that he understands that you're into it. But he also doesn't seem to like want to stop you from talking. Like
which is great. I think Basha will kind of eventually find a reason to be like, oh, I think I'm going to go get more drinks. No, Amala, you stay here. Karen, why don't you come help me get drinks from bar? We can get the second drinks. Yeah, okay.
Absolutely, yes. And he just kind of and immediately kind of gets up with you to walk over to the bar. And as you kind of walk up to, you're at the bar. Tal's on the other side of the bar. He sees you. He goes, "I'll be with you in a second." And so Karen's like, "So what are you doing tonight?"
Actually, have no plans. What about you?
I just want to spend more time with you, if that's all right with you.
I'd be up for it. I think I have a nice bottle of wine that I brought with me on my travels. Should I fetch it and meet you somewhere, or?
Absolutely. You bring the wine, I'll bring the oils.
Okay. I think that conversation's good there.
Okay. All right. So you go over to. Do you actually order anything from Tal, or?
Yeah, no, I will order another round of drinks for the table, but I think I'm gonna order like something not, believe it or not alcoholics. That I'm like, okay, I'm good now. This is good. I'm gonna stop there.
Okay. So throughout the course of the evening, and we can role play whatever you guys would like to role play, but
quick thing, when Basha comes back to the table, you see Imala like really immersed in this conversation, but there's nothing flirtatious about it at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're getting the impression Amala Teth just seems to be this is going to be a thing that most of you begin to realize, is that a lot of these folks don't necessarily talk at length with any of the seekers, anybody who comes here to Candlekeep. It seems like very business oriented. You know, they come for a massage, they come for, the bath, and there's no real interaction between the seekers and the people that come here to seek things out in Candlekeep. And the impression that you're getting is that the fact that you're being so open and talking with these people is kind of a novelty to them. Like is something that they rarely get to do, and they seem very into it. Like they seem like, it doesn't seem, except for Valor. Valor definitely seems very suspicious about, for whatever reason, you're not sure what the reason is, but seems very suspicious that you're chatting up, all of these folks. But it's not like being overtly like, why are you doing this? He's listening and everything, but he's looking at the drink. He's sniffing it every now and then. He does kind of take a sip, and then just lets you continue. When the next round of drinks comes over, he goes, and he just kind of pushes the drink to the side and continues to drink from the drink that he has. Seems like a very suspicious person. But everybody else is kind of very open, and you're kind of having these conversations with Unxor, the blue female dragonborn, is absolutely like every now and then she's asking like questions, but they're questions that someone who's never met an adventurer would ask. Like, ooh, is your sword magic? Like, did you meet any magic people? And like, clearly doesn't have a understanding of adventuring, but is asking like questions like maybe a kid would ask about adventuring, but is clearly an adult. But she seems like very like this is like a cool thing that's happening to her. Like meeting the two of you.
I'm gonna show off my my griffin statue at some point.
Bookworm looks and he goes, That's amazing. Do you know how very rare these are? This is especially the griffin statues. This has been an heirloom in my family for a long time. Just when I left, they gave it to me. I wasn't aware. Keep very, very, very close. Keep it very close to you. Don't let anything bad happen to it. Again, those are very rare. So at some point, maybe about an hour and a half into the all of this conversation and everything that's happening, Bookworm says, "Well, it has been amazing meeting both of you. Thank you so much for the drinks and your company and the conversation. But I think it's about time I retire for the evening." And Bookworm stands up, and as Bookworm stands up, all of the others immediately get up as he gets up, leaving you two kind of sitting in your chairs. And he kind of like bows to you slightly and begins to walk out. And as he walks out, they sit back down.
What was that about?
Oh, they all look at each other for a minute, and like almost a realization comes on there. He's the first reader.
Oh my!
Man, I should have stood up too.
Yeah, I feel bad now.
Oh, well, you didn't. And Tether's like, you didn't know. Like, clearly you didn't know. That's okay. Yeah, that's the first reader. Really down to earth kind of guy. But you got to show them proper respect. Yeah. But you didn't know. It's fine. It's perfectly. But now you knew. Now you do. Yeah.
He was very nice. I liked him a lot.
Yeah, he's interesting. Nice, like I said, very, very. Most of the readers, he kind of looks around first. Most of the readers, little bit of a stick up their butts. Not gonna lie, except for him. Like he's setting the standard, which is pretty good because the other readers are being a little less. And then Unksor just kind of like pains in the ass. Yeah, he's setting an example. So really great guy, really great guy. But yeah, well, I guess, and they kind of Tether looks, and behind the bar of the hearth, there is there's that kind of like large, kind of glowing pearlescent globe, and he just kind of looks at it. And he goes, "Yeah, it's getting pretty late. We should probably be heading to bed. We start around noon. The bathhouse isn't open around till noonish for us. For the masseuses, I mean, the bathhouse is open 24/7, but we start our shift at noon. So we should probably start heading to bed. But
we also have a long day tomorrow."
Yeah, it's really, really nice meeting both of you. Yeah, that's really nice. And Unksor goes right up to you, Amala, and grabs your hand. It was so nice to meet you. It's just like very, very violently shaking your hand. It was so nice to meet you. And then she goes up to you, Basha. You're so pretty. It's so nice to meet you.
Oh, it's nice to meet you too.
It was lovely chatting with you all. Thanks for not thinking we were weird about wanting to like chat with you all.
Zin, the female elf with the red hair, she goes over to you, Amala, and she just kind of like takes the back of her hand, and slowly brushes it along the side of your face. She goes, "There's nothing weird about you at all, sweetie. You are beautiful and powerful, and don't you forget it."
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that a lot.
And then she kind of looks. She winks at you, Basha, and she goes, "Don't think I forgot you either."
Oh, okay.
And Valor's like, kind of gets up and just turns around and just walks out.
Did he even finish his second drink, or did he just ignore it?
Do you look in it?
Oh yeah, I glanced over.
It's still full. He has to drink the second drink.
That was a little bit curt of him.
Yeah, Tethar just like, look, he's new. He's one of the newer masseurs here. He doesn't know how things work here yet. I don't know where it came from, but I don't think he had the happiest of upbringings. We're trying. He'll relax. He'll relax the longer he's here. He'll be fine. But he's new. He's new. He doesn't know how things work here yet. So He doesn't have to be. He's always suspicious. Like he's always checking his food. He's always checking his drinks. He's always looking over his shoulder. I think like people tried to kill him in the past or something. I don't know. But you know, he's a nice enough guy. Don't get me wrong. Like he's really good at his job too. But I don't know. He's either pissed people off or people just don't like him because he's good at what he does. Some of us get that.
Well, maybe someone should teach him how to purify, food and water.
Oh well, no. All the food here is purified already. It's. I think it's a habit.
Ah, fair.
I think it's something that he does. So, but anyway, I don't want to. Yeah, it's not my place to talk about like who he is or anything. You all have a good night, and we'll hopefully see you soon. They all kind of
evening.
They all kind of get up and walk away.
I look at him all. I'm like, don't wait up.
Yeah, Connor, not Connor. Where is it?
He's a Karen.
Karen, yeah, Karen. He's like the last to leave, and then he just kind of like squeezes like the back of your arm, Basha, and he just kind of like leans in and he goes, "I'll see you in a little bit."
Where am I meeting you? I'm assuming we already planned that though. Yeah.
Oh no, you haven't told him. He just says that and he begins to kind of leave.
Okay. All right. Yep. See you in a bit. Okay. Yeah. Don't wait up for me, Imala. Good night. Bye.
Have fun. Be safe.
Okay.
Always.
All right. So Amala, you make your way to your room. Basha, you go to your room to grab the wine, right? And as you open the door, standing at the door is Karen. He's wearing a white kind of like toga-esque kind of outfit that comes almost above his knee. And he has like a small pouch in his hand, and he's got two goblets, empty goblets in the other hand. He goes, "So are you going to invite me in?"
I'm in.
Right. And he kind of comes in, and whatever happens.
And the
Good
door
night was
closes.
had by all. And fade to black.
Fade to black. Interestingly enough, one of the things that you notice before he actually begins to walk in is that he is wearing a necklace with Soon on it.
Awesome.
Even better.
Even better.
All right, so unless anybody wants to do anything in the course of the evening other than Basha, we can kind of move to the next morning. Okay, so the next morning rolls around. You all have the benefits of a long rest. Even you, Basha, even though you had a more vigorous evening, you do get the benefits of a long rest. When you do awake, Basha, there are a dozen roses in a vase next to the bed. And you can see that he hasn't left yet. But Karen is beginning to get dressed in his toga, which again is not like that's all he came in was the toga and sandals. And as he's kind of finishing up, and he's just like, well, I have to get ready for work. But it was a wonderful evening.
Indeed it was. I'll see you again soon, and soon be praised, I guess.
And he just he winks at you, goes, "Indeed," and then he just leaves. But the rest of you again, you awake the next morning, fully rested. You make your way next door back to the hearth for breakfast, and again it is breakfast time. Very, very full time here. There's at least 24 individuals besides yourselves having various meals. There is a loud din of people just kind of talking back and forth. And as your meals become, you're kind of eating your meals, you see Irony heading towards you, kind of walking in the door, heading to you. Good morning, morning. Hi, everybody have a great night.
Yep.
Yeah, it seemed all right.
Yeah, had a pretty good night.
The accommodations were fine.
Yeah, I didn't know that dead ferrets tasted so good.
That's some night.
Sure. You know, everybody eats different things, you know. Okay. I'm glad you found that out. Okay. And just like you kind of like really knocked him off, like whatever he was gonna say. So like, oh yeah. Okay, so we have a really full day ahead of us. I was gonna take you to see the eyes first, but you were. I was actually woken up really early this morning. Yeah. Master. Where the hell is his name?
That's a funny name.
Yeah.
What the hell is his name? Wow.
What
Yeah.
the hell? Oh, yeah. Master of Aste would like to see you first before you see the eyes. Apparently he has some information about, and he points to you, Gorple, about your thingy. So yeah, we gotta see him first. And he does not like to be kept waiting, so we gotta go now. Okay. All right. So you kind of finish up. He's like, you can take some of it with you if you want, but
I will take one coffee to go.
No,
Yeah.
no.
yeah. Tal floats over a coffee for you.
Yes.
I also have coffee. I'm like, no, Gorple, no. Oh, fine.
But you got to finish it before you get through the Emerald Gate. No food, drinking allowed in the library proper, unless you're staying over, which sometimes happens. But we can worry about that later. Okay, come on, let's go. And immediately Irony begins kind of rushing you towards the Emerald Gate. And as you kind of get to the Emerald Gate, you can see that there is a guard. There is an individual in purple robes just kind of standing there. The Emerald Gate itself is exactly that. It is a 10-foot high, like almost luminescent. It almost reminds you of an actual emerald, but you can't actually see through it. And interestingly enough, the door itself looks like the cover of a book. And to the left and right of the door are these massive statues of robed figures sitting with a book open in their laps. And as Irony kind of turns around, okay, you get rid of food, get rid of drinks.
Okay.
Gorple, as you throw the cup behind you, you expect to hear some kind of clinking, and you turn around, there's no cup. Basha, you put it down on the ground next to you. As you let go of it, it disappears. Okay, all right. No, but do I food? No drink? Okay, good. Who's got the scroll?
Drovar, because I gave it to Drovar the night before.
Okay. Just hand it to the guard. You go walk over to the guard. You hand him the scroll, and you see he seems like probably in his late 40s, early 50s, graying hair, like salt and pepper hair, no facial hair, human. Looks like just kind of bows to all of you, takes the scroll, and immediately begins looking it over, and you all watch his eyes just flash, almost like a green color. He kind of nods. He cracks the seal open, opens it up, and it is like a full letter. And he just begins reading it over. And then as he's reading it, he kind of looks at all of you. Goes from Basha to Warple to Vincent to Amala to Drovar, kind of nods, rolls it back up, hands it back to you, Drovar. Welcome to the library. And as he says this, you just watch as this massive door begins to open. The first thing that hits you is this kind of very light smell of incense that just is just kind of like wafting out. You also see maybe about 60 or 70 feet ahead of you. You see the wall of what looks like a tower, and there are 3 individuals who are just kind of standing at that wall, and they all are dressed similarly to Master Awet. They all wearing kind of like the brown and reds, but very clearly these are monks. And they're all wearing kind of monk vestiges in those colors, and they're just kind of standing there. And as the gate opens, they all kind of like bow to all of you. And then you just watch as Irion's like, okay, let's go. And immediately begins shuffling through the gate. And as you all enter the gate, let's open that up a little for all you so you can kind of see what's happening. Let's see. You begin to see this long twisting road, and let me, you know what? I'm going to change scenes here so folks can actually see what you guys are seeing. Oh no, it's not there. There we go. So as you and you see what looks like this large in the distance, not too far, but you have to actually walk up this winding staircase, stone staircase. You do see, hold on, this large building. It reminds you, Basha, of this large, when you were in college in the wizarding school. It reminds you a little bit of the astronomy buildings where you would actually go for some of your classes to study celestial bodies. A lot of glass, a lot of domes. And as you begin making your way up the staircase, Iron's like, this is exhalation. This is where all of the adjutants, avowed, readers, this is where we all live. It has everything that we need. We don't have to actually go into the rest of the area, but this is where we live. This is where we stay, and this is where you're going to meet Master Avasi. Come on. And as you begin to walk in, you also, in addition to the smell of incense, you begin to hear this light chanting just kind of on the air. And you begin hearing like these gongs and bells kind of going off as well. And as you all are just kind of like looking around as you're, actually starting to hear all this, I was like, oh yeah, that's the chanter. The chanter and his people, they actually throughout the day, specifically here in the inner library, it's actually a blessing from Gaunt and Deneir that is consistently chanted. So it's not just the chanter himself. He's, there's a number of chanters, but you're going to hear this all day.
I thought libraries were supposed to be quiet, though. Is that not the case here?
That's what the Pillars of Pedagogy are for. You take all your books and you go over to the pillars, and they have silent spells that you can activate, so you can do your studying and focus there. We live here, so we kind of don't notice this anymore. It's just kind of like, you get used to it. But yeah, follow me. So continues to take you, and as you enter the exhalation, this building is huge, and the sunlight is just pouring through these stained glass windows everywhere. The floors are marble, and you can see walking throughout these halls are just dozens of people in purple robes. You see dragonborn, you see dwarves, you see halflings, you see more tieflings, you see elves of all different kinds. You see not only wood elves and half elves, and high elves. You also see more of those elves with the red hair and the dark brown skin. You see some elves with very, very pale bluish skin and dark blue, almost jet black hair. Like there are dozens of people and just dozen and multiple races of different individuals just walking through these halls. And as you're just kind of like moving through, all of the doorways are at least 6 to 7 feet tall. Oddly enough, in this area, you don't see books. But you kind of continue shuffling through these marble halls until you get to a set of double doors. And Irony just kind of knocks on the door very, very loudly. And you hear, "Enter!" And the doors begin to open. And as it opens, you find yourself, it looks like almost like a private study. This room has books. It is from floor to ceiling books, and the ceilings look to be about 14 feet tall. There are ladders all over these bookshelves. Some of them you see have wheels. There's kind of like a pulley system. But sitting in the middle of this room is this massive round table with dozens of chairs. And there is a single individual sitting at the opposite side of the table. He stands, and you can see a human man, seems to be maybe in his mid 60s or mid to late 60s. His beard just goes all the way down to his waist. But it is very well groomed. It is salt and pepper. You cannot see his mouth as his mustache is completely covering his mouth. But his head is completely shaved bald. Like everyone else, he's wearing the brown robes with the gold kind of trim on it. And as he kind of stands, he goes, "Ah, yes, you are here. Thank you. Please, all of you, have a seat, please."
I must know, how impressed is Drovar with this guy's beard?
Drover's like, you don't see humans be able to pull off a beard like that often. Yeah, it's like, he's got to give him some props.
Yeah.
He's like, okay.
So as you all enter the room, and Irony is the last one to enter the room, the doors close, and as the doors close, the sound of the chanting does disappear. Okay. Yes, please, all of you have seat. Oh wait, this table is much too big. And he puts his hand on the table, and you just watch as the table begins to shrink.
Oh, yay.
And the chairs follow the table. So you hear like all of these chairs just scraping against the floor as the now a reasonable size for all of you. And he's now, please have a seat.
It takes all of Basha's willpower to not like stop at the bookshelves on her way past to the table. Like, okay, all right. Oh, fine, all right.
He kind of looks at. He's kind of like staring at all of you as you kind of make your way to the table to sit. He looks at you, Basha, and he just kind of like nods approvingly as you're staring at the books. He's all right. I am very glad to meet you. I have been told of your arrival. Irony has been talking with me about your extensive needs here at Candlekeep. We will do what we can, but we need to speak before you go see the Eyes. I am a great reader, Talis Avaste. You may call me Master Avaste or Reader Avaste, whatever you wish. But my specialty is magic items, curses, and the weave. So your item specifically, and he points to you, Gorpo. I have been... other readers have begun attempting to discern what your gem is, and it was quickly as it was. We quickly were able to find that I needed to take a look at it. So I have some information that you would probably need immediately. But please let us sit. You have all eaten, yes? All right, good. And you just kind of watch this kind of tray with this kind of teapot and like a dozen or so small cups kind of float over, and it just kind of floats down next to him. And says, would any of you care for tea?
Well, if you're offering, I'll have something.
And you just watch the teapot begin to pour tea for whoever would like tea, and then the cups float over to each of you.
Trovar kind of closes his eyes. He's like, as soon as he says it, it's like, they're going to do it. It's going to do it by itself. I just know. He just waits until the tea like clinks in front of him. He's like, oh, thank you. As if someone had dropped it, had put it there and walked away.
Avaste just kind of says, I am sorry, Mr. Dwarf. Are you someone who is versed to magics? That's fine. Irony. You will pour his drinks for him.
No, look, this is your place. It's you do things your way. I'm just not used to this much magic everywhere all the time, and it just.
But we also want you to be comfortable while you are here. So
I'm comfortable getting used to your way. No, it's fine.
All right, but this is also what Irony is here for. Irony will pour your drinks for you, and whatever magical things that we have that upset you, Irony can take the place of those things for you.
That's quite all right, really.
All right. Well, again, Irony. That is what Irony is here for. All right, let us get to business then. Snaps a finger, and you watch as this lead box just appears in the middle of the air and just drops on the table. It opens by itself, and floating out of it is your hunter's livery. It floats right back to you, Gorple, and you are able to take it if you wish. So, this is... let me be upfront first and say that it is my honor and pleasure to meet the individuals who discovered the mines of Fandelver. It has been quite the talk since it has happened, and we had no idea that you would actually be coming to us. So we are very honored to have you here with us. But additionally, whenever you do get the chance, I understand that you are in somewhat of a time crunch for certain things. Whenever you are able to give us an account of your actual adventure, this would honor us even further and would garner you more favor here at Candlekeep. But again, this is not why I have brought you here, but I wish to be truthful with all of you. So with that said, your gem is also something of a conundrum. I have gathered some information for you. I will, before we move further, I will say that I can garner more information, but I would probably need to keep your gem and do more examinations of it. It might take a few weeks, if not a few months, to give you like all of the information, but I can give you some general information for your safety and the safety of those around you. So the gem itself, it is not what it appears to be. You did say to the adjutant that you believed that it was necromantic in nature, similar to a soul gem. You are partially correct. There is. Let me show you. And he reaches into his robe and he pulls out. It almost looks like a monocle. And he gets up and he walks over to you, Gorpole. He says, "If you would please just place the gem on the on the table. Thank you. And he holds it over the gem where the crack is. And as he holds it, he removes his hand and it's floating above the gem. And immediately an illusion of the gem appears above it, much larger. And you can now see it like it is above your heads. He goes, so here is the crack of your gem. And he makes a motion with his hand, and as he does, the crack becomes enlarged and just magnified. And as you can see here, one of the first things you all see is the green of the gem itself. With the crack enlarged, you see 3 striations within the crack. You see green, you see purple, and then you see blue. So here is the problem that we have with your gem. It is 3 things made from one thing. What you know as the hunter's livery is actually an enchantment that was built upon an existing magical item. It is not the actual item itself. This enchantment was created, I'm not sure what it was. Here's the other part of this is it doesn't, with the identify spell, it actually does not give you all of the information. There is enchantments built within this to obscure a lot of the information of what this is. The hunter's livery, the thing that you have been living with thus far, it is, for some reason, and from your profession, I can see what it does. It contains the souls of lesser creatures. For what purpose, I do not know. Possibly for someone of your career as a ranger. This is probably what it was made for, or maybe for someone a necromancer who wishes to use the souls of these creatures for experiments. It could be something. I need more time to figure out. However, because of the crack, because of the breakage of this, a number of things are happening. The enchantment is slowly being eroded. This means that I can, again, without more time, I cannot give you an exact time, but at some point, the hunter's livery will no longer exist. That enchantment will be eroded away. The thing that will happen is that the spirits that are contained within will either dissipate and go wherever creature essences go, or they will coalesce into physical creatures, which could be dangerous to yourself and others. And please stop me if you have any questions or anything that you wish to ask me while I am saying. Now, that is the first layer. The second layer I have been able to determine is called the menagerie. It is similar to the hunter's livery, with one major exception, is that this contains the essences of much larger, more dangerous creatures, not just beasts. I was able to determine that there are some aberrations in there, as well as some fiendish creatures as well. Again, with more time, I could be more specific. But there are some large, dangerous things within here that I was able to. Again, I can't determine specifics, but given the power of their essences, they are probably much larger than the smaller creatures that are from within the livery.
There's like a ward in there, like a guard that's like sentient.
I am getting to that.
That's
Now-
number 3, is it?
Now, that layer is also cracked. And so that layer will also eventually dissipate. But it will dissipate after the hunter's livery is gone. It will begin that process when that happens. Again, those creatures may coalesce into physical creatures, which could be very dangerous for you. The third level, the actual foundation of this gem is not cracked. And the reason for that is it is nearly indestructible. It is called the Warden Stone. It is one of 6 that were made by, and he kind of looks around at all of you, and then he stops at Basha. Maybe only one of you has possibly heard of this person. These stones were created by Elminster of Shadowdale.
History, would I have heard of this?
You definitely know who Elminster is. If you want to roll a history check on the Warden Stone, you can. It's gonna be a very high DC. Okay. Elminster, very powerful mage. These stones were created maybe almost 2 centuries ago. No one has seen them in almost a century. This is the first time a Warden Stone has been found in a century. So, as you could imagine, very exciting. And as you're looking at him, he doesn't look excited. Now, the Warden Stones were created by Elminster specifically. At one point in time, there was a conclave of wizards that Elminster belonged to. They all met, and they decided that there were threats to this world that could not simply just be destroyed. We could not destroy these threats physically. Even physically destroying them, they could come back. Their essences needed to be contained to make sure that they could not. And thus, Elminster created these Warden Stones. Here's the interesting thing. We have very little information on how these stones are created, much less what they contain and how many essences they contain. So the menagerie and the hunter's livery are enchantments that are built upon the existing magic of the Warden Stone. The Warden Stone itself, it takes a lot of magic to do what it's supposed to do. He made it so it will actually absorb ambient magical energies that just exist naturally throughout the world to sustain itself. However, the additional enchantments of the livery and the menagerie are not the original enchantments, so they are not able to sustain themselves with the magic. It is only the Warden Stone. So eventually, you will only have the Warden Stone. I cannot pierce. Maybe with enough time I could, but I cannot pierce within the Warden Stone. I have no idea what is within. From the actual, from what you have told Adjutant Irony, you believe your friend's soul is trapped within. And this is probably the case. Outside of that, I could not tell you what is contained. I can say, based on the historical knowledge that we have from Elminster, if this Warden Stone was used, there are probably some very dangerous things within it that are specifically supposed to be trapped for all time within it. He created this stone much like a prison. And much like a prison, according to the notes, and these are, and again, the notes that we have do not give specifics. This is just from people who were in the meetings who overheard some of the things that were said. One of the things I was able to garnish was that the stone requires a warden, but contains a guardian and a guide. The creature that you are speaking of is probably the guardian. The person who attunes himself to the stone is most likely the warden. I do not understand what the guide is. If I had to, again, I hate to make guesses without more information, but if I had to make an educated guess, this is probably some kind of entity that helps the warden understand what the stone is, how to navigate it, those kind of things. Now, much like the soul stone, you can astrally project into the stone. One would guess for, to check on the prisoners, to make sure enchantments are still being kept up the way they should. Again, I would need more time, but this is just my best educated guess in the short amount of time I've been able to look at this.
So the more that he's saying, Basha's face is sort of getting like more and more like grave. Like her really buoyant expression has started to get like darker and darker as this is going on. So what I'm hearing is there is no way that you're saying to fix the cracks. It will eventually dissipate until there's nothing left but the Warden Stone. Is that what you are saying?
This is correct.
And I kind of look over at Gorple. And what they're also saying is that this prison was built on purpose so that nothing that was put in it could ever get out.
The Warden Stone specifically. The menagerie and the Hunter's Livery. Probably for something else.
That's not what I'm. That's not what I'm asking about.
I'm curious about those. I can, just the way you're describing it, it sounds like okay. So originally the Warden Stone is like the original prison, and then people have like built additions onto it, on top of it, kind of with these other layers, or whatever. They kind of do the same thing, but not as well. So it's smaller things, like dangerous, like this middle one. The second one is also dangerous things, but not nearly as bad as whatever was in the original.
Yes.
And then the outside one is smaller things, maybe like, Teague and other spirit creatures. But basically, each of them store things in there.
Yes.
And until it got broken, Gorble could at least go into the first part.
Yes. You can still access the Hunter's Livery and eventually the Menagerie, but with some difficulty.
All right, so if our friend's soul is in there, which part is he in? Can you find him?
I did not perceive a half giant soul or essence within the Hunter's Livery or the Menagerie. So my best guess would be it is within the actual Warden Stone. But I could be, again, I need more time to make those kind of determinations.
From Basha and I being in there, Boshek did seem to be in the very almost center of everything, like in like the middle of a swamp is the best way to describe it. Kind of in the
swamp and like ruins, yes.
Yeah, in the ruins and like a prison, like chained up.
That sounds like most likely the Warden Stone specifically.
Well, I mean, if that five-headed bitch herself is the one who cracked this thing, then that's a lot of power getting used, I guess.
But it also means that she didn't crack through the Warden Stone. She only cracked the minor enchantments.
Yeah, but maybe if he's all the way in the middle of it, did she do it deliberately? Did she just not even intend it and he ended up in there? And did that release, is there a room enough for him and whatever else was originally in there?
Another idea, and I don't know what happens if some of hers in there because of the flash. That could be worth investigating. Like as a further point, like why would Bocek be in that part?
Well, from what you had told Irony, and from the report that he has given me, clashes of magics that don't necessarily combine easily can create violent arcane explosions, if you will, which is probably what cracked the enchantments. Once, and again, this is all hypothetical. It could be something completely different, but my best guess is that the soul was pushed through each level until it hit up the level that it could not go past. So it probably started into delivery, and then they cracked, and then went to the menagerie, and then cracked, and continued further into the actual stone itself.
Well, if you're saying it like that, that to me sounds like there's a pathway to get in and out now.
Yeah, except there's someone who really doesn't want us to do it.
This leads me to my next point. Is if you really want, again, you have a few options here. You can leave this stone with me, and I could continue my experiments, learn more, try to determine exactly where your friend is within the gem itself, and then we can figure out a way to extract him safely. The other option is I can give you the stone back and you can keep it, but you would have to learn the secrets of the stone itself, which would mean finding this guide or possibly trying to summon the guardian to speak with it. Once I actually penetrated into the Warden Stone, I did feel something pushing back against me, which is probably the Guardian, and I stopped because, again, we have a lot of protective magic here in Candlekeep, but this is one of the most powerful artifacts I have ever personally come across. So you could learn.
We could do that, but then also, by what I'm hearing, what you said, there's also the chance that, not only will smaller creatures manifest, but, for instance, we don't know if there's, beholders in there, or, bone devils or something, and they'll just start coming out, and then we'll have to deal with that, too.
This is true.
So far, it's just been frogs.
Yeah, frogs has been fine.
We got attacked by those
We got attacked by some things like teeth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What if we put it in, the stable where we put the eggs, put it in that time thing?
Stasis?
Would that stop it from coming apart? Would it slow it down?
It will slow the process because it is an enchantment. It's not actually a living being. The enchantment itself will continue to break down. If something living does emerge from it, it will keep them in stasis. But the stasis is more for living creatures, but it will not stop or slow down the breaking down of the two enchantments upon the Warden Stone.
Also, just to throw this out there, Dorovar, if it likes to eat ambient magical energy, we probably don't want it in the same place as the eggs.
I wasn't saying the eggs. I was figuring there's probably another one of those storage facilities around here.
Maybe true.
But, if it's not going to slow it down, it seems like our two options are we carry it with us and we never know when something's suddenly going to appear out of it and that either tries to eat us or is very annoyed that it was in there in the first place. And we still don't have enough answers. I don't think we ourselves know enough to figure out where our friend is in there yet.
But do you have like I don't know, a magical containment room where like we could try to experiment while here?
Well, I will say this. If you are afraid of the gem absorbing too much magic, I could give you this lead box. The lead box will help you at least contain the magic within that it currently has. It will not stop the degradation of the enchantments, but it will stop the ambient magic from being absorbed, and maybe that might help. Again, I've only had this gem for the last 14 hours. I've not slept. This has been all consuming for me. I need to know what is in that stone.
I mean, we're gonna be here for a few days, so we can at least leave it with you for those few days. I just don't know if I can give it to you for a month.
Well, however long you can give it to me, let me hold on to it. That would be probably best.
I don't mean to be rude, but how capable of defending yourself are you?
He kind of turns and he kind of looks at you, and one eyebrow goes up. Betty. And then he
That's all I needed. That's all I needed to hear. Like we said, we've had dinosaurs jump out of it and try to kill us, and last thing I wanted was for you to be sitting near a book and something jump out and eat you.
Can I make an insight check to make sure he doesn't want it to keep it like a la Galadriel style with the ring of power?
Yeah, go for it.
You would offer it to me freely.
Go for it. Insight check.
That's a
I was
24
that as well. Actually, I will roll my pitiful insight.
Okay.
Yeah, 24 for Gorple.
Okay, Drovar.
Oh, an 18. I'm checking that beard. Like if he's lying, it's gonna shift. I guess.
Yeah. Basha. Anybody else?
Only a 14 for Vincent.
For Vincent. Okay.
We're doing insight? Is that what we're doing?
Mhm.
14.
14. Okay.
My insight specifically on how capable he is, though, I don't care if he's actually trying to keep it.
Gotcha. Okay.
16.
16. All right. All right. So Vincent, as he kind of looks, and you're now like looking him up and down, you realize he has two holsters on his hip on the right side that have two wands. Each finger has a ring on it, and he's wearing some kind of like medallion. You can only see the chain. And you've been around enough magical items to know like almost every single thing he's wearing is magical. And he doesn't, at this point in time, he doesn't seem to have actually used any magic from these items, other than the little monocle that he pulled out. Like all the magic that he's been using has been very easy, and it's been him. And it doesn't seem to have exerted him in any way. So yes, he seems like a very capable arcane user. Basha and Imala. There definitely seems to be a feeling of yes, purely from an educational and scholarly standpoint, like there's an excitement here of finding a new magical item and wanting to learn more about it. That's all of you kind of gather that kind of gather that information. But Drovar and Gorple, you both get the impression that he really wants to keep this because it is such a rare magical item. Definitely seems like he'll be upset if he doesn't get to keep it, but not like he's going to like make you prisoners, and keep you here while he has it. He will definitely give it back if you ask him for it, but he will be very disappointed if he doesn't get to examine it more. Gorple, with your insight check, you absolutely know not only all of that, but you know that if he does realize that this thing is more dangerous than he initially surmised, he is not going to give it back to you.
I figured that.
But not because he wants to keep it. He's definitely more interested in the danger factor and how to mitigate the danger.
Absolutely. I mean, I get that idea of like some sort of elder god being trapped in there is dangerous to have in the hands of some dumb fucking adventurers.
You
Right,
murder hobos can't be trusted with a tech nuke.
Does anyone remember a certain well?
I kind of
A
take
well.
it in and I go, I'm willing to cut a small deal with you, which is if you can help us extract our friend, I'm okay leaving it in the safety of a place so it can be properly cared for. But that's the only condition it stays here when I leave, is that if Bocek is out and his soul returned to whatever place it deserves, but if not, it's coming with me one way or another. And I do not lick my eyes when I say that.
I think personally we need to get in touch with someone from the Church of Lyra. Bocek was he was a favorite of hers. I mean, directly. She said it, and we were there when he did.
He had a tattoo with her.
Yeah,
she put a tattoo on him.
She said she really liked him, and what did he call her? Sky Clown, his happy little Sky Clown or something like that. Whatever. But, I mean, if there's somebody else who might have some insight as to how to get her favorite, friend out, it might be her. I don't think you've got no shrines to her here, but if you could get word, if he's that important to her, there's probably somebody waiting to receive the message to help. And that might speed things up a bit here.
He just kind of sighs a little bit and nods, and you can see that he's like furiously thinking. I cannot make a promise that I can extract your friend. The reason I cannot promise this is because I need more information. More information can only be garnered by more examinations, more determinations. I can bring other experts in on this. This will take time. Therefore, I cannot make this promise because we might determine he cannot be extracted. We might determine something completely different, that Elminster himself is needed to bring him out. I do not know.
Okay, I'm going to follow that. Is Elminster still alive?
We do not know.
Oh, okay, damn it. I thought wizards live forever or whatever.
The last he was heard of was 50 years ago in Neverwinter. But after I do not understand. I don't remember the specifics behind his disappearance. But that was the last time that he was seen as himself. He may, for all we know, he is wandering the world incognito. We do not know. But that the last time that he was seen as Elminster was 50 years ago.
Well, as it happens, I have something to tell you. No, it's not me.
So
you had me for like 1 second to throw.
So what you're saying is,
just for what?
There's a chance that the person who created this item is alive, and then therefore I could get the information from them.
There is very slim chance, but yes.
Okay.
Here's a weird question. I don't know much about magic items. Do people that create these magic items have a signature, like how artists do? Like you can see who created the item?
It is part of the enchantment. But again, the fact that the livery and the menagerie were built upon an existing item, and there was already obscuring enchantments placed upon the Warden Stone itself, it is kind of wiped that information from the livery and the menagerie. So I have no idea who created those enchantments.
All right, I understand.
But yes, absolutely. Every and he points to you, Basha. Every wizard has their own signature in the sense of how they create the magics. And it is very telling. So if, for example, your friend was able to create something magical, when I identify it, I would know immediately it was her because her specific magic is what created it.
Every craftsman's got their style. Yep. Shug's got his.
Essentially, yes. But
All right, I've got another question here. So, let's say Corporal came up and wanted to know more about it, and this thing hadn't been cracked open at all. It was just what he thought it was. If you'd gotten a look at it, would you have known that the Warden Stone was underneath?
that is a good question. Probably not.
Okay. Now, if this is, as you say, like some super valuable thing, there's probably others who would love to get their hands on it, right?
Yeah, possibly.
Just to find out what's inside, or, maybe they would know what's inside. What I'm saying is, if it's been cracked open, does that mean others could find it? And maybe that's why no one's been able to find them before. Maybe they're
No.
all wrapped up with these other layers.
Well, no, because so I'm able to determine some basics from the enchantments. The Warden Stone itself is protected from divination magics. So if someone was specifically looking for the Warden Stone, they will not find it. However, no such enchantments of the livery or the menagerie exist. So if someone was searching for the livery or the menagerie, they could find those specific enchantments, but it would not tell them, oh, look, there is a Warden Stone as well.
Also, I think I've met the guide.
Who is this guy?
Well, I went in there to a part that was deeper than before, and there was a lake, and I met this like spiritual dragon with like crystals and shadows. I told you about this, Amala. And we had a conversation, and we like hung out for a bit, and I could like fly in there, and he was friendly, or it was friendly. I don't know if it was he, honestly, but like I couldn't get more information. But it was like the most sentient of the creatures I had spoken with.
All right. Well, if you leave it with me for however long you're going to be here, I can most definitely learn more. But the longer you leave it with me, the better.
Okay.
How many of these Warden Stones were there? Just
6 that we know of. Yes.
Sure. I hand him back the hunter's livery.
All right. Okay. So for however long you're here, we will keep doing our research and finding out as much as we can. Places it back in the lead box, and disappears. They were. You also had. He points at you, Basha. You also wanted to know about your spell book.
Yes.
It's very simple. You order a scribe, yes? All right. Scribe spell books are created differently than regular wizard spell books. This is also how you are able to transcribe quicker than most. But what, and I hate to be the one to tell you this, those who gave you your spell book really should have prepared you. They really should have been the ones to tell you this. A number of the scribe spell books, they are bound. All spell books are bound with enchantments and various things of that nature. But scribe spell books have an extra level of enchantment, as the actual covers of these enchantments of the book itself are usually created from magical creatures.
Okay.
Uh, Magical creatures are able to help bind the specific scribe magics.
Your book's made of flesh.
I hate to say.
I'm getting that now.
I hate to say this, but your friend is correct. It is, if it is taking the form of a frost giant, it was most likely the flesh of a magical frost giant.
Now I feel bad. A little bit.
I think you're cooler now. I just
Carry
want you to know
on.
that.
I feel bad for him now, though. I didn't know that. Oh well.
You should have been told this. I do not know why you were not told, but this is your mentor should have.
Keep a lot of secrets.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The what now?
Never mind. But we dare not speak of them.
All right.
I will. No. Okay. No. All right. So the book she's got is made from the remains of the guy she talks to. I guess. Is that what you're?
Yes. I mean, it could have been from natural causes, and they just decided to use it. I mean,
Or he was dying.
I'm gonna hope for that.
He said, use me for a good purpose, kind of thing.
Also, it's
It's
a
possible.
giant, so you can have so many
A lot of books,
pages out
big
of
library.
out of that book.
He's got brothers that all call themselves Jan. Whoa.
well, they should have told you this. So that is a failing on their part, not yours. But you have from what I understand, you have a busy day ahead of you. I will not keep you any longer. I just thought you should know more about these items.
Oh, thank
you.
you.
You are very welcome. Irony, please take them to see the ice. And Irony's like, yes, master. All right, come on, let's go.
How was the tea, by the way?
Oh yeah, well, yeah. Was it good? Was it herbal? What's the deal?
It was the blandest black tea that you. I mean, it wasn't terrible. It was just bland. And you're getting the impression like this is like a no nonsense, no frills type of guy. And he's just like drinking his tea, no issues. There's no sugar. It is not sweet. It is just black tea.
It's like if I were an old man.
All right, he kind of stands and he's like, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. I will speak with you in a few days. Please let Irony know when you are ready to leave, so we can have your things prepared for you.
Oh, I do have one more question. Irony has been in this room the whole time during the conversation. What is kind of every time when this guy's been dropping some real like chunky bits of lore, I just kind of want to glance over at the kid. How was he like? Was he or trying to be like all as if like he hears this stuff every day?
He's been trying to stand there, but you can see like every now and then his eyes get wide, and he's like, yeah, but has not said a word. Like but clearly very excited, listening to everything that he's hearing. So Irony's like, okay, all right, let's go. We gotta get you to the ice.
Hey, Irony, I have a curious question. Do you speak Dwarvish?
No, I'm actually learning, but I'm not fluent yet.
Great. And I say in Dwarvish to Drovar. And also Amala, because I know she understands it with her belt. Well, I don't know if she understands it. I go, that guy, if he determines that it is unsafe for the world, he will not give back the item.
I'm not surprised. All the more reason we got to find a way to get our boy out before he comes to that conclusion.
I just start cursing a little bit in Dwarvish just to throw this kid off.
Yeah. Like,
all right, I was just throwing him off.
Yeah. And he's just like,
he was saying some bad things about my mother. You wouldn't want to know it.
Yeah, no, I don't know the curses yet. I was told that I can't. Like, it's easy to learn the curses first, but you shouldn't do that because that's rude. All right, let's go. And he just kind of. Yeah.
I just kind of pick up my pace as I had that side combo.
So he leads you down back out of the hallway outside, and he takes you out of the building. As he takes you out of the building, he now begins kind of walking you around to the stairs that go down. And they actually seem to breach the wall, like the upper walls of exhalation, and to what looks like this like garden area. But you can see a set of stone stairs that lead to another gate. These gates are open and also manned by more monks. As you now progress past these gates, you now begin to see Candlekeep proper and all of the different towers. And it is just amazing what you're seeing. and as you now see all of the buildings, Irony's like, and now we're in the Great Library area. The eyes are in the Dragon Tower, so we're going there. And continues to kind of walk. And as you're looking, the thing that kind of like takes you all aback, all of these towers are completely different. Not one tower is exactly the same as another tower. There's one tower that seems to be completely made of marble with no lines of stones whatsoever. Then there's another one that is just all stone bricks. It seems wide at the bottom and then continues to get like thinner towards the top. Then you see another tower that seems to be made of all gold. Maybe it's brass, you're not sure. But all of these towers are different. Until you reach what seems to be the Dragon Tower. The Dragon Tower itself is square. It looks like it's made of stone, but the stone actually has what looks like dragon scales all over it. And then as you kind of look up, it looks like a red dragon is kind of encompassing the tower with its wings. And it looks alive for a moment. And then you realize it's also made of the same material. And then Irony just kind of rushes you in. The doors are open, and every place that you walk, whether you're walking through some of the walkways, walking through some doorways and some gated areas, the gates are all open, but every single place has at least 2 to 3 monks, just either patrolling or standing at these gates or towers. As you enter the Dragon Tower, still hearing the chanting just kind of permeating the air, you almost kind of smell like, it smells a little bit like sulfur in the air in addition to the incense. You watch as Irony leads you up a set of stairways until you get into the second level of the stone tower, of the tower. The doors, he opens them up, and as he does, you see another room filled from floor to ceiling of books. There are a number of tables and chairs, and your footsteps echo throughout this area. But as you walk into this room, you hear additional things. You hear 2 voices, and one of those voices, very clearly a male voice. Fucking shit! Where the hell is this book? It just kind of echoes throughout this room. And that's where we're going to take our break. All right. Good shit going on so far. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back momentarily, and we will see what happens as the group has now entered the room with the eyes. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Stick with us. We'll be right back. So, you've been brought into the Dragon Tower, second floor, where Irony has opened these massive double doors into a room where you've heard somebody swearing up and down trying to find a book. As you're kind of standing in the doorway, you do see on one of the doors there is an actual wooden sign that seems kind of old, that says "No admittance until further notice." It just seems to be kind of like hanging from a nail that's been there for some time.
Chris, just to mention, you have like some sort of like static feedback at the end of your microphoning.
Okay, let me see if I can fix that thing.
I thought it was just me.
I at first
Same.
thought it was also just me, but
Yeah,
I was like,
it's a
let me
little
mention
quieter.
it, and if everyone asks, then agrees, then I'm not the weird one.
All right, is that any better?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
One
Oh
of
my
thousands.
God.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
crisp and clear. So no.
Yes.
We were talking about your old, music stuff in your head, and I was like, is he trying to project that by being an old scratchy tape? Because it's working.
No, excellent. Thank you. Because sometimes I don't hear myself. So thank you. That's perfect. All right. So just to repeat, as you're just kind of standing in the doorway, hanging on the door is a sign, a wooden sign that seems like it's not a new sign. The sign that's existed for something. It says "No admittance until further notice." It's kind of hanging there. You've heard somebody kind of cursing, saying, "Where the fuck is this book?" And as you kind of walk in and the doors kind of open, the person, you see two individuals at the far end of this room. And this room, like when I say far end, I'm talking maybe like 30, 40 feet at the other side of this room. They kind of turn around and you hear the male voice again. "Don't you know how to read? This is a fucking library.
Don't you know how to find a book? Because we're adventurers."
And then you hear, "Who the fuck?" And you see the smaller of the two individuals beginning to walk towards you. And then Irony says, hey, Tim, it's me. And like, oh, hey, kid, what's going on? Oh, these are the people? It's like, yeah. Oh, yeah, bring them in and close the doors. Come on. So, Irony just kind of like, pushes you in and then closes the doors behind you. And you see two individuals walking towards you, both human. The one who's been talking, the man, he's about 5'1". He's wearing these long white, gray, and gold robes. And you can see under the robes, like he's wearing like these very thick leather boots. And the striking thing about him, he's got strawberry blonde hair with these kind of like dirty blonde highlights. And he has emerald green eyes. And he's just kind of walking towards you. The individual to his left is completely different in contrast. She is about 6 foot tall. She has dirty blonde hair with strawberry blonde highlights, and her eyes are gray. And as they're both walking towards you, goes, "Oh, yeah. Hey, okay, good. It's a good time to take a break anyway. What's going on? All right. Hey. It goes up to Irony, grabs Irony's head. Good to see you, kid. Good to see you. Yeah, good. Have a seat. Look, there's some cookies over there. You can eat some cookies. You guys want cookies? Yeah, there's cookies over there. You can see a big plate of like chocolate chip cookies just sitting on one of the tables. He says, yeah, help yourselves. Yeah, hi, how you doing? I'm Temerel. This is my sister. She just kind of like nods. She goes, "Hi, I'm Hannah Lisa." And he's like, yeah, you can call me Tem. You can call her Hannah. It's just easier that way. Yeah, we're the people who, you sent us the map, right? Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's have a seat. Let's have some cookies. Yeah. And he goes over and grabs like a handful of cookies. And he kind of starts eating and munching on the cookies. And as you all kind of sit, whoever wants to take, like there's plenty. Irony's already eating cookies. And as Tem is kind of like stuffing his face, the Hannah kind of looks and goes, "Ah, so you've all partaken of the bathhouse recently, I see.
Yes, it's very lovely.
Very relaxing, isn't it?
Yes, very.
I can smell the oils and fragrances from the bathhouse off of you, in case you were wondering." And in between eating cookies, Tem looks at her and goes, "What did I tell you about doing that?" And she goes, "What? I can smell it." It's like, "I can smell it too. But how creepy is it to tell people that you can smell them? Come on. We've got over this."
Taste people.
I don't find it weird at all.
Yeah, that's great.
Whatever, you're all weird. And he just continues to keep eating cookies. And Hannah's like, "Please forgive my brother. He's just, he is who he is." But yes, we have been looking over your map, and you just watch. He's like, "Oh yeah." And he kind of digs into his robe, and with his greasy cookie fingers, pulls out this kind of like parchment and kind of spreads it off. And like as he spreads it, you just watch crumbs go flying over the parchment and the table. He goes, "Yeah, so I got a fish stuck here. All right. So." And then he puts his saliva fingers on the parchment. So yeah, so what we could determine here is definitely a map to the Underdark. What we've been trying now, this is going to lead us to, as you can see here, and he starts pointing. And if you recall, on the map itself, there were words. Like it seemed to be kind of almost like written, almost like somebody had written in the sides. He goes, "So this is an ancient form of Deep Gnome. Not a lot of people can speak actual Deep Gnome, but this is like really archaic Deep Gnome, which we do speak. Yeah. So we speak, and so what we've been able to determine so far is this entrance, the entrance to this area, specifically the Underdark, is it's definitely north of here. We haven't been able to finish the translation because we kind of ran into. You want to give them the spiel? And goes and he grabs like 2 more cookies and he continues to eat. She goes, all right, please forgive me. So we are the Eyes of Deneir. We are an investigative group. This again, brother and sister, Tamerl, Hannah-Lisa Bonaduce. This is who we. This is what we do. Candlekeep actually asks us to occasionally investigate happenings here. And she kind of looks at Irony. He goes, "Yeah, go ahead, tell them." And she goes, "All right. Well, so Candlekeep does the library itself. Is not open to the public. You have been granted special dispensation, obviously. But occasionally people go missing within the walls here. Sometimes there are tomes that are brought to Candlekeep that are not just unique, but they are magical in nature. And sometimes dimensional spaces, which are a normal thing here at Candlekeep, they react strangely to some magical tomes. Sometimes people go missing. Sometimes creatures appear. They have us come in to investigate where these things are, what has happened. And this is why we have an open invitation to come here anytime we want. That, and besides, who we are. And so, along with our uncle, we do visit rather on a normal basis as much as we can when we're not pulled someplace else within Farron. But your map is quite unique. Not my brother is being, kind of rushed in this because of his cookie eating, and he's just like mouthful. He goes, "Yeah, fuck you," and he just continues to eat. It says. So anyway, additionally, knowing that this entrance to the Underdark is north of here, while the House of Knowledge and Neverwinter, they did a fairly decent job with some of the translation. They were a little wrong. It's not a location of an artifact. It is there are a few words here that we can garner. There is a guardian, there is a challenge, and there are artifacts, plural. But again, we need to continue our translation. But the thing that we normally are here for happened again. At this point, Tem is just like kind of finishing. He's kind of rubbing his hands on his robe, and he's like, "Yeah, so somebody went missing, like a couple, like a day or so ago." And he reaches into his robe and he pulls out like a parchment that's kind of like a flip book. And he goes, "Yeah, so we had Loris Nis. She's one of the acolytes here. She came in and she was like, 'Oh, boo-hoo, my friend is missing.' His name is Salthrax. He's been kind of depressed, hasn't been feeling good, and he's been coming into this section of the library specifically because he discovered a book called," and he flips another page, "The Price of Beauty." He's a worshiper of Soon. Apparently, it is a Soon book. And apparently he was reading it and it was making him feel better. But 2 days ago, this Loris Nis went looking for him, couldn't find him, and reported him missing a day ago. So we've been trying to find the book because, again, as my illustrious sister just said, sometimes people go missing, extra dimensional spaces. Sometimes it's a book, sometimes it's just a thing. But the first thing we need to do is find the book because that was the last thing that, apparently, according to this Nis, the last thing that he was coming here to read. So we want to determine if the book had anything to do with it first, and if it doesn't, then we can kind of move on from the investigation. So until we kind of figure out where this jack off is, we gotta, we can't do anything with your map. This is kind of priority. Missing people kind of priority over kind of papers and stuff.
Well, I don't want to jump the gun here, but I mean we'd be happy to help, and also like I myself am a worshiper of Soon, so maybe I can help.
Oh, that's wonderful. Why did I not think of that? Have a worshiper of Soon look for. I did that already, but hey, if any of you want to help, that's cool. We could use all the eyes that we can get. I will say this: there is absolutely no goddamn measure of sense of where these books are. The damn Modrons were in here. This was one of the sections that they were actually they were going through it again, and so nothing is where it's supposed to be. So we kind of kicked them out till we finish this investigation, but we don't know we got a list of all the books in this room. We just don't know where any of them are because they were redoing the whole room. I don't know why.
Hannah.
Yes.
Did you by chance get the scent of Thalthrax, maybe by going to his room, so you could smell where he would have been and what book he could have been near?
She kind of looks at you a little odd. Oh, that's right, Grunk. No, yeah, we've already been to his quarters. The book wasn't there. We checked with all the people that he spoke with within the last 48 hours. That since the last time he was seen, no one has seen him since. Nis was the only one that he spoke with, and she was the one that kind of pointed us in this direction. So this is kind of what we've been doing the last almost day or so, is just kind of trying to find this book in here. We have tried to detect magic. almost every book in this area is magical. It has some kind of magical nature about it, whether it's just enchantments to preserve the books, or just they are magical in nature. So it's not really going to help. I did try to cast. I have a spell that helps me identify or to locate certain objects. But she did not have a description of the book, and there was not one on file. So, fortunately, we have to do this the old-fashioned way, which is just look.
That's something I can do.
Yeah, the more help that you can. Uncle, he'll be hopefully he'll be back in a day or so. He was helping the uncle with our brother. It's a family thing. It's complicated, but he'll be back in a day or so. But he was not able to help us. Not that he would really be any help. But anyway, yes, if you could please help us find this book. The sooner we find this book and determine where Falthrax is, the sooner we could continue our work on your map.
Of course. What places have you looked so far?
So Tem just goes like, "Hey, you see that pile of books over there?" And there's like a dozen stacks of books just like against the wall. He was like, "Yeah, those are all the books that we pulled off the shelves so far." And he kind of points to one of the large shelving units, and there's like books like this. All of the shelves are just empty. He goes, "That's what we've done in the last day." And looking at the stack of books like that, it's got to be at least 200 books.
All right, so we have our work cut out for us.
Yeah, like if you guys want to take
Yep.
sections.
All right.
I'm just curious, why are you pulling them down? I mean, isn't it just like written on the cover or something, or do you have to look through them?
No, some of the books don't have names on them. Like you got to pull them out to see exactly what they are.
All right.
Oh,
Some of the
and I
books-
guess
And I should warn you, some of the books actually talk to you. That's how you know what the names are. So don't be scared if you hear a book talking to you. It's just this weird fucking place.
Strangely, that's the most normal thing I've heard today.
I'm sorry, and you said that this individual was in a depressive headspace, feeling a lot of negative emotions.
He kind of pulls out that he's looking through it. Says, yeah, he said, okay, yeah. The book speaks to him. So if you find a talking book, it might be that one. And it was giving him advice on meditation and self-worth, and that it was helping him with his depression. So some books do that in this place. So yeah, but he said that the name is called The Price of Beauty.
All right.
let's go to it.
All right,
So
yeah. So let's take a section. And he starts kind of pointing, and so I need all of you.
I'm going to give it a emboldening bond to myself, Basha,
Yes,
and
yes.
Drovar, and I will also cast guidance on Basha because I know she a nerd who knows how to look at books.
I am indeed a nerd who loves many books.
Before I roll to search, I want to do something specific with my search.
Okay.
First thing I want to do is I want to try to get myself into that like depressive headspace, maybe dig up some shitty memories to be in a similar mindset as the person who the book was talking to. I want to make sure that I'm searching in a more secluded section of the library where I'm not around the others in case the book is singling out and targeting people.
Okay.
And before I do that, I am folding a tiny paper dog that is going to walk and follow me.
Okay. So I need everybody to roll an investigation check for me. Vincent and Basha, both with advantage.
Thank God.
Can I use one of those group inspos, please?
And what? Oh, uh-oh. What is
Damn.
what's the emboldening bond thing? What is that?
You get a D4 on a ability check.
Oh, sweet. So I get to roll a d4 also.
You get an extra D4 too because you have guidance, Basha.
Can
Sweet.
I use one of the group inspos, please? Cool.
So that's 23 total for Basha.
Thank God for that nat 20. I mean that the advantage, because one of them was a nat 1, the other was a nat 20.
Yeah, my first was a
Damn.
5. So yeah.
All right. So Basha, what'd you get?
So 23 total.
23 total. Corporal.
22.
Okay. Vincent.
Nat 20 for a 21.
21. Okay. Amala.
Even with using the group inspo, a 9.
Okay. Drovar.
A total of 10. Drovar found some book that's like possibly full of jokes or something racy, and he just like, hey, and he just starts reading it as opposed to looking at the other books.
Yeah. So Drovar.
I feel like Amala found a picture book, and it's like, ooh.
Yeah. So Drovar, as you're kind of like looking through this book, which clearly says, let me see, this book definitely is like the dirty jokes of Farron. And as you're looking at it, reading it, and you start chuckling, you hear a chuckling behind you, and kind of over your shoulder is Tem. And he's like, yeah, that's a fucking good one right there. I like that one. And he continues to read.
Okay, well, that's one down.
As you put it back, he pulls it out and he starts reading it. And he's like,
yeah, it's good, but all right, come on now. Let's keep looking. Now you know where it is.
yeah. Amala, as you're kind of looking through your picture book, there's a kind of tap on your shoulder, and you look, and Hannah is kind of like standing behind you, and she goes, I understand that these books present a fascination to you, especially to someone who's not been to Candlekeep before. But we really, really should try and find the person who is missing.
Amala just closes the book and puts it back.
Yeah,
All right.
she takes it off the shelf and she walks it over to the pile, and she just kind of puts it on the pile.
Oh, we're going to put all of them on the pile if they're not what we're looking for?
Yes, we just want to eliminate what we've been looking for. Don't worry, the Modrons, when we let them back in, they will shelve them again.
All right. Just thank you.
No worries.
I walk up to Basha. It's like, what's a Modron? I don't want to say it in front of that other guy.
So they're like the ones who are like, they like control the book, like they help sort the books and help out. They're like lesser peons. They're helpful though. I'm right? That's like what they are, right?
No,
I'm pretty sure.
Modrons.
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. Well, that's a 20.
20?
Not natural.
You don't know specific. Shut up.
Who let the dogs into the library?
Yeah. Somebody let
Don't
dogs
say
into the
what
library. We
Modrons
gotta
are.
get 'em out.
Vincent, tell your origami dog to sit down.
Damn college kids want parking.
Okay. Thank you. You're not sure, like you've not heard the word Modron before. It sounds similar to a monodrone, which is, you've read like there are these like creatures that look like mechanical, like small mechanical creatures from a different dimension. Maybe that's what they are, but you're not 100% sure.
Yeah, I can sort of explain this. Like they might be clockwork workers. I don't know.
All right. I didn't want to ask out loud because the cookie eater is probably going to say, "Oh, you're stupid" or something. Then
I mean,
punch him
Ether would say that anyway because he's an asshole, but that's fair.
Yeah, I just didn't want us to get kicked out because somebody just. It's been a long time since I punched somebody. I'm really getting.
Well, maybe that day will come. Oh wait, no fighting in the library. Don't. Yeah, take a breath.
That's
Eat the
why I
cookie. Here, have a cookie.
All right, so Basha, Gorpal, and Vincent, you kind of begin like searching through your areas, and Vincent specifically looking in this kind of like back section. It's almost like a reverse L, where you're actually in this kind of cul-de-sac by yourself. But eventually, you do see as Warple is just like, nope, 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 and he's just tossing books behind himself. And every now and then, Warple, you're hearing like the titles of books in your head, and some of them are in languages you don't understand. But it's just really odd. Not all of them, but just occasionally a few of them just kind of like pop into your head. Same thing with you, Basha. It's a little disconcerting that some of these books are, but eventually, like, you start making your way toward where Vincent is, but you don't see Vincent yet. Vincent, you're kind of you pull a few books off. You're at it for about, good like 10 minutes or so. And then you see this thick book. You see the spine. It just has these kind of like, it's green with these kind of gold filigree outlines on the spine. And as you kind of pull the book out, it's pretty thick. It's not a small book. It is a thick book. You turn it over, and you can see there's no writing on it, but there is like an egg-shaped mirror on the cover, along with more gold filigree. And there's like almost like a lock on it. There's no actual physical lock, but there is like a latch that looks like it closes the book. And as you pull the book up and you begin looking into the mirror, you hear a voice in your head.
Well met, dearest one. How do you feel today?
I've been better.
Well, what's wrong?
Oh, just melancholy.
Have you taken care of yourself recently? Have you done anything nice for yourself?
I got a massage yesterday.
That's wonderful. You should always take care of yourself. Grooming is one of the most important things you could do. Just the little things to make yourself feel so much better.
What else do you recommend I could do to feel better?
If rest, relaxation, or transformation is what you need, then follow the lilies, dearest one. I'm sure Silvery will see to your needs.
And as they finish saying this, you watch as in front of you this square doorway appears. This kind of like silverish energy. Warple and Basha, you see this light coming from this cul-de-sac, and as you turn the corner, you see standing in front of a portal, you see Vincent holding this thick book in his hand.
Hey, Chris.
Yes.
DM.
Yes.
Does this book mean me harm?
Make an insight check.
It's more the dog that's following me will start to bark loudly if a hostile creature moves within 10 feet of me.
Oh, okay. No, it doesn't bark at you.
Excellent. Then I just say, think I found where we need to go.
As you say this, you watch as Tem and Hannah come running up, and Drovar, Amala, are you kind of moving towards Vincent?
Oh yeah,
I'll call for Drovar. Drovar! Mama!
I'm coming.
Okay. So yeah, as you like in front, standing like right in front of where Vincent is, there is this square silverish portal, and you can see through it very clearly. On the other side of this portal, it seems like a forest. there is a cobblestone road, and there are these like stone statues that look like lilies that are kind of on either side of the cobblestone road, and they continue. You can see that there's more of them the further this road keeps going. Immediately, you hear, hey, nobody move, nobody fucking go through that door.
I'm not going anywhere. I don't have my axe.
And then you watch as both Tem and Hannah like dramatically just kind of throw open their robes, and as they do, like the robes like there's like it looks like they were like buttoned or something, but the robes are still on. But as they do, they have like both of them are wearing these strange bandoliers under the robes. They have multiple pouches on very thick leather belts. You can see each of them has a small hand crossbow of a very strange design. On one on the Tem has it on the right, and Hannah has it on the left. And they immediately start digging in their pouches, and they start pulling things out. And Tem looks at you, Vincent. All right, very slowly place the book on the ground.
As I'm placing slowly putting the book on the ground, I look at the two of them and the way they open their robes, and I'm guessing you two have to give people warnings when you're within a certain number of feet of children.
They kind of look at each other. All right, they're wearing clothes underneath. Like it's not like just the leather belts and the bandolier and then nothing. Like they're wearing clothes.
I know, but it's still a funny image of like from the just seeing them open their robes.
Yeah.
You guys don't know the Hellriders, do you? They like to just run through portals, apparently.
Yeah, they look at each other and go, yeah, we know the Hellriders. We're not crazy like they are. And you just watch. In there, I guess. Yeah, and you just watch as you put the book down, kind of step to the side, Vincent. You just watch as Tem just begins taking out these like strange, like they look like mechanical clockwork items, and he takes one of them and he kind of like begins twisting it, and as he twists it, he throws it through the portal. And as it goes through the portal, it just passes through and lands on the ground. As it lands on the ground, you just watch as these two little legs pop up out of it, and these two arms, but not hands. Like they looks like tiny little shovels instead of hands, and it begins kind of digging into the ground, and then closes, and then the arms retract, and then the piece turns and begins walking back through the portal. It walks right up to Tem, and he picks it up, and he starts pushing little buttons. And he goes, all right, well, it's on this plane of existence. It's just fucking dirt and grass. It's not like magical. It's not crazy. And then he kind of like opens it up, and he takes some of the dirt out, and he kind of puts it on his tongue. Yeah, it's just dirt. Hannah goes and she takes her hand crossbow, and she puts this strange little bolt on it, and she shoots it through the portal. And as she shoots it through the portal, it goes to the other side, and it just lands in the dirt. And immediately, in like almost a moment, it disappears and then reappears in her hand. All right, so the portal itself is not dangerous. The ground itself is, as you said, is ground. And they seem to be just conferring with each other. They're like, all right, well, this is good. Clearly, we know now probably what happened to Falthrex. Probably stepped through this portal. But wherever this is, it is clearly on the material plane. So it is somewhere in the world. Tem kind of kneels down at the book, and you watch as he begins casting a spell. You watch as his eyes flare. All right. Yeah, book has the normal enchantments that these Candlekeep guys put on the books. But yeah, this mirror thing. This mirror is what is actually creating the portal. We don't have a lot of time. This portal will only last. And it kind of looks around. It only lasts like 5 minutes. It's already been open like a minute or two. We don't have to walk through it right now, but it's not. We won't be able to open the portal again till tomorrow. So if we're gonna do something, we need to figure it out in the next 3 minutes.
Go
ahead.
Oh, you first.
I was just gonna say, was I allowed to keep my staff, or would they have wisely taken that off the wizard? This, unlike some things, they didn't take it off me.
No, you have all your stuff.
I'm good. We can go if we need to.
I just kind of hold out Talon for Drovar.
How did you keep that?
Because I didn't take any of my equipment off like a dummy. You carry a great axe.
And look, if you guys want to like gear yourselves back up, we can do this tomorrow morning. But clearly, we now know where this guy went.
I have my claws. I'm good.
For matters of expediency, and while I'm talking, the dog is walking through the portal, and it's just going to do like it moves 10 feet per round, so it's just going to do kind of a loop around the area right around the portal, and will start barking if there's something within 10 feet of it that would be hostile to me.
Okay.
So just checking for an ambush.
Yeah.
Listen, if they're on the other side of there and they've been there for time, might be of the essence, is all I'm getting at.
Also, you got those necro knucks. You're good, Drovar. I got sword. Who wants more? Who wants Lightbringer? You want Lightbringer, and it just glows. Over to Imala. You want an extra weapon? I carry these. Sure.
Sure, I'll take Lightbringer.
All right, it puts the knuckles on.
You can have the longsword. I got Groin Seeker.
No, this will be fine.
Okay, well then here, you take Talon. You're gonna be better with that, Mala, or someone, or whoever wants it. There's magical weapons. Here you go. They're all +1 weapons. Have fun with them.
Okay. Yeah, and as you're just kind of doing, the twins are just kind of looking at each other, and they're like, so you're gonna go or what?
Let's do it. Whee!
All right.
Mala just pushes right through.
All right. So as you move to the other side of the portal, nothing happens. You find yourself in a forest on this cobblestone path, and as you turn around, you can still see through the portal. Like you can see the library, and you can see Tem and Hannah. And Hannah's like, "All right, so the portal's gonna close. We'll make sure that it reopens again tomorrow. It looks like this is probably like a fixed point. So depending on what happens, we'll make sure that we can get you back one way or another. Try and find Falthrax and bring him back.
Perfect.
Hey.
All right, good luck." Tem goes, "You guys are crazy. I like it. Good luck.
Find stuff about my map."
Wait, bring back the dwarf.
Oh, is it dwarf?
Yeah, Falthrax is a dwarf.
Yeah, we probably should have asked that, like what he looks like, hair color, whatever.
I
It's
thought
fine.
it was going to be some sad teenage boy going, "Oh, I feel bad."
No, Falthrax is a dwarf. He's a guy. He's got, and then the portal closes.
I really
Cool.
hate that guy.
About to say your height, your weight.
Yeah, I bet he was. Well,
All right.
at least I got the cookies. I've got like what's left of the plate, just like, well, at least we won't starve.
Oh, give me some. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, all right.
Oh,
Good.
yeah. Just in case we're here for longer, blah, 10 good here. I think we're good.
All right. So, if you could hear Tem right now, you're like, "Where are the fucking cookies?" But yeah. So you find yourself in the forest. There is this kind of cobblestone path, which seems oddly out of place in the middle of this forest. But there are these stone lilies that are at the sides of each of these, just kind of like moving you forward. As you begin to walk down this path, It seems to be probably early or midday. The sun is very high in the sky. You can hear the birds and animals kind of, chirping and moving throughout the forest. You can see maybe about after 15 or 20 minutes of walking, you do see a structure.
Oh, I do have one question. What
Yes.
time of day is it compared to where we left? Like, is it still seem like morning, or is it like the
It's
sun
still-
setting, or
It seems comparable to probably when you actually left. Almost similar. Let's see. So as you begin walking down this path, you do see a structure. Stone. It is covered by many, many vines, but you do see these massive wooden double doors. And they are currently closed. But you're probably maybe about 20 or 30 feet away from them at this moment.
Are there any like trees or anything along the path, or
On the sides of the path, there are definitely lots of trees.
Can
It's very thick. Like the forest is very thick here.
can I climb one to kind of see the structures at like a higher vantage point?
Sure. So you climb up. Make me a perception check, please.
And I'll pull out the spyglass so in case I can get finer details.
Okay. With advantage if you're using the spyglass.
That will be a 24 plus, if I'm within 30 feet, I can get a D4 extra. So that will be a 26 perception.
Okay. As you kind of like climb up, a few things you notice. One, this area is very, very thick with trees. Where there are trees, the canopy is very thick. You can see that the trees are very, very close together. But the actual structure that is in front of you, it only seems to be like a single story structure. It is stone. The top of it is very covered with vines. So it's difficult to ascertain like how old it might be, or if the stones are fairly new or old looking. It is definitely covered with foliage, but it definitely appears to be trimmed, as if it's not being allowed to grow wildly, but it is being allowed to be grown. As you kind of begin making your way, looking around, you also see past this structure what looks to be a tower. Maybe 400, 500 feet away, but it's definitely like it's on the other side of the structure. And this structure seems rather large. Like it is not small. It is pretty big. But that's pretty much all you can see from that point.
I'll scramble down and relay all the information. There's a tower like 400 feet in the distance. This place is covered in vines, but it seems at least kept.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna actually bring up the map so you can actually see what's going on. All right, so you saw the tower. So let's get that open for you. And that is pretty much what it looks like for you at this
I
moment.
assume that Teague is not actually with us.
Yes, that is correct. I put Teague there just because I wasn't sure. I will take him out.
I mean, I want him to be there. I wanted to bring my dinosaur through the library, but they told me I couldn't because they're bad people.
Yeah, they said the same thing about my axe. Didn't.
Oh. They didn't actually tell you couldn't bring your axe in here.
Yeah,
You chose not to.
They didn't say. They just said no fighting. That was a you decision. All right. But that's what you see. Do you approach these doors?
Yeah, I guess.
Everyone else does.
Why not?
Okay. As you get within 20 feet of the doors, you watch as they and they slowly begin to open. And as they open, you hear this slight violin music on the air, just kind of emanating from the room. As you begin to walk into the location. Wow, really? A cat decides that it wants to be part of the game and disrupt everything that I am doing. But as you walk further into this room, it now definitely becomes clear that you're in some sort of temple. Let's see if I can open this up for you. You do see an individual kind of sitting behind a table, and there is a kind of rug, like beautiful rug leading up to this table. And it's a rather large human individual. They seem to be wearing kind of like very, very well kept like leather armor, but it seems more ceremonial than actual functional. And as you kind of walk in, the double doors open to the sound of a bell. Ding! You see the large lobby, the air heavy with the scent of fresh lilies. A desk stands at the center of the room, holding neatly piled papers and fresh cut lilies in a vase. A dark-haired individual in these leathers stands up from behind the desks and sees you. Welcome, friends, to the Restful Lily. Freshen yourselves in our luxurious bathhouse, or perhaps you enjoy a massage, haircut, a shave, a pedicure. Oh, road-tired feet simply cry out for comfort. Whatever your pleasure, I am here to serve. I am Saeth, and welcome to a Temple of Sun. And that is where we're going to call it for today.
Dang.
So, Girls' Day pedicure?
Girls' Day pedicure. Yes, let's do it.
I was just going to tell you guys, like, oh, we did that yesterday.
Yeah,
The whole thing for free.
Well, you have more options. You didn't have pedicures. You didn't have options to haircuts, right? Like this is like
you want to shave, right, Drovar? You want a clean shave?
Oh yeah, that's what every dwarf wants.
Nice smooth baby face.
Baby face, no more beard.
Drover looks like he wants to murder. Well, you're not at Candlekeep anymore, so clearly you're no longer in Candlekeep, so the rules probably don't apply here.
Nice.
As you attack the greeter, so I just want to punch something. Oh man. So yeah, great game, everybody. Definitely wanted to I wanted to finish it on a good point, as we are getting a little late. But thank you, excellent game. Thank you. It's so good to have you guys back. And thank you to all of you. Thank you so much for being here, for watching, being part of the craziness that is our Tyranny of Dragons game. Let's see. We got a lot of love going on here, so let's do some shout outs. Mama Shady with a resub for 11 months. Thank you, honey. Unconventional Heroes. I wonder who that is. Jean. Julia. Thank you so much. Thank you for the resub for 15 months. You guys are awesome. And Oscillatus, thank you so much for the gift sub to Ion Nuke. one of our favorite people gifting a sub to another favorite person. We appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for all the love. We'll be back next week to see what happens in this Temple of Soon, the Temple of the Restful Lily. Where
Spoiler alert, lots of pedicures.
So many
Yeah.
pedicures.
we're talking haircuts, pedicures, foot massages, the works.
Fuck it, burning the whole place.
It's sus. It's sus.
Sus!
You know, Matt, when you first started that sentence, I thought you said that Vincent was going to get a perm instead of burn.
Yes, a perm. Vincent, perm.
Hey, I
He'll
think
be
they
the
do
Bob
that here.
Ross of the party.
Yeah, I think they do
Oh,
that
we're
here.
just gonna add some little bit of fire over here.
This is how we see. This is when Vincent just loses control and kills everyone and everything, right?
Oh man, it is like I won't even say because it's so out of the ordinary. Most people would know. Anyway, thank you everybody. Thank you for staying with us so late because we are running a little late. I want to thank my players once again. I want to thank my wonderful mods who always take care of the crap that I don't see going on in chat. So thank you for that. And just additionally, as always, we always raid off to someone at the end. So don't run away real quick. We always raid somebody who has not only shown us support but is deserving of support also. So as we leave, remember, we love you very much. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others, and we will see you next time. Take care.